Anything else?
Do you want me to clear a table?
Nah, let's leave the tricks for now. It's best we don't get altered. We're spellcasters, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Say it. Are these either of these elves particularly attractive?
One is male, one is female, and there is that sort of like strange exotic attraction that comes to them anyway. And on top of that, well, I guess you wouldn't know. You haven't seen that many elves, so they're like, you know.
We should have seen like some elves like living in the capital, right? I imagine there's going to be like a lot of people passing through.
From a distance, yeah. You probably haven't had very many prolonged conversations with them, but you would have seen them from a distance. So these are fairly attractive creatures. They're a little bit shorter than humans, but they've got kind of like thinnish faces, highest cheekbones. They of course have the telltale pointed ears of elves, although some of them are like covered with hair strands nearby. That are like dangling by their face.
Go and stand next to Tyrael and say, I was joking before about the night on the boat, but I'm sure she would cause a ruckus back at court if you could wed her and bring her home.
I'm sure that's true, but I thought we were here searching for tombs, not for wives, Emmerich.
We can always make time for both.
Thank you, Anton. Yeah, exactly.
Tyrael, go chat her up.
Well, I'll let the lady finish singing first. Keep it in your pants for now, Tyrael.
I'll try to control my excitement, brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the elves sing their bit. Eventually, when they wrap up late into the evening, the crowd begins to disperse.
Where is our dwarven friend at?
He's at the table with you.
He's just hanging out with us. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. He's easy to miss because, he's a little bit shorter, and in the sea of people, it's just easy to forget that he's with you at all. But you get your 4 rooms, you can go to bed, anything.
Well, I say maybe we stay up late. When the bar clears out, I assume the landlord will let us stay down in the common area alone, and we can maybe discuss business down here for the next day. Just because we've got 2 spellcasters here, so it's better if we know what we're doing before we go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we know what we're doing right now. Our dwarven friend here is going to go talk around and see if anybody wants to volunteer information related to this key, but I mean, other than that, we have no idea, right, whether it's here or not. But regardless, it's not like we're under any great time constraint or pressure, right? If we have to wait the next day after tomorrow to do something, it's okay.
I suppose you're right. I guess you can return to sleeping if you will, but I might stay down here and have a few more drinks if anyone's willing to stay up with me.
I'll stay with you. How long is the traveling band gonna stay? I'll ask.
They're just passing through. One night only. I can't believe they picked my establishment.
Tyrael, this is your one night, your one chance.
I'm okay. I'm sure you two fare well here. Why don't you go try and talk to her?
Go ahead, Emmerich.
Nah, do you know what? I'm alright.
Come on, Emmerich.
It's not my type. I thought Tyrael would have liked it. I thought he was into.
Oh, you're racist. You have a problem with that?
Racist.
Is that even a big deal to be racist in these times? You must be like ultra woke if you're not racist in the 1000s or whatever.
Yeah, sounds justified. I mean, we're not talking like human races here. We're talking like dwarves who are literally
different genetics.
No, like total fuckheads is what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
No offense to the guy, to the dwarf next to us.
I'll poke the dwarf. What about you? Want to go talk to the elf?
Talk to a Nancy Ninny elf? No, thank you. They might have weird flute sounds, or whatever the hell that handheld instrument is. But let me tell you, every time I've chatted with an elf, it's always been, oh, I'm so much better than you are. Oh, I live a long time. Oh, look how patient and wise I am. Oh, I'm always right about everything. Fucking ninnies. No one likes to deal with that.
You know what? You should throw something at her.
How about instead of causing too much trouble, how about we get a good night's rest, and then our dwarven friend here brushes up on his social skills and tries to make some headway tomorrow to figuring out where this key is.
Right.
Alright. Yeah, I suppose. Time for bed. Alright.
I'll wink and wave goodbye to the female elf. I want to throw down a charisma check for that one.
All right. You approach the female elf as she's, chatting with some of the other people nearby.
I don't know about approach. I'm kind of walking past, and I'll wink and
Okay.
wave.
You give her
Like
the
a
wink and wave.
Like a drive-by, yeah.
She gives you the cheesy smile of a star trying to appease a nearby fan. The oh, you, thank you. Moving on, not even paying attention to you. I've forgotten you exist altogether.
Fine, yeah.
The look Destiny gives me every day after we end the show.
True. I want to take a real good look at her. I really want to remember what she looks like, okay?
All right. She has silver hair, kind of a silver blue palette to her eyes. She's right-handed.
Yeah, that's good enough.
She
Okay. Just want to remember her face really well.
Some toys. Yeah. You've also noticed that she's got a suit of leather armor on, and she carries a pair of scythes at her waist.
Nice.
So she's armed and armored.
Good. I like it. Okay.
I'd like to roll something to see if I can tell that Tyrael has given her a good once-over.
Just
Yeah,
looking at her.
Yeah.
Anton is very suspicious of Tyrael now. What did you want?
I just wanted to look at. How is he noticing me looking at somebody? They told me to stare at her the entire time.
Leering, mate. Leering at her.
I'm not leering. I'm just taking a
It's
look.
making me uncomfortable.
Sorry, which check quite can you?
Charisma, please. You don't notice. There's a lot going on.
When he winks at the elf, I fucking do mind reader as he winks at her.
Who?
I mind read the elf as
You mind read the elf.
as Anton winks at the elf.
Oh.
I want to gauge her reaction to the wink.
It's the automatic physical response to seeing an adoring fan without actually spending any brain power on it whatsoever. He does not enter her thoughts.
Okay.
She is
better than I
busy,
expected.
chatting to her people. She doesn't notice those walking by.
Sounds good.
Well, she isn't disgusted, Anton. So
That's pretty good.
yeah,
It's better than normal.
I know.
Really
Slap you on
making
the back.
headway.
Nice work, brother.
All right, well, I'm going to bed. Anton
Alright,
will go
you
to
guys-
the room, lock the door, and go to sleep.
Are we all in the same room or are we all in different rooms?
No, we're all in different rooms.
We're all in
Anton's
different
now-
rooms?
We've got our own rooms, yeah.
Quite I have a secret mission I'd like to go on at night.
Let's hear it. All right, middle of the night.
Okay, I would like to get up and I would like to don my hat of disguise.
Oh,
Great.
my
And I would like to turn into a picture-perfect version of that singer lady.
I would like you to know that I was suspicious IRL, so Anton would probably be fucking suspicious. Yeah, in game too.
Is this just a bit of brotherly incest, just a prank?
What do you mean? I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I would just like to don my hat of disguise, and I would like to turn into a picture-perfect version. But I would like to wear a little bit something less armor, more cleavage.
Did we? Sure. I don't remember how the How to Disguise works. Can you become identical people?
Identical people.
Or, can you become a specific person or just a generalized thing? I don't remember.
I'm pretty
No,
sure I
it's
get to
specific.
choose.
Yeah. Because you did Cassandra, right?
All I remember, or all I wrote down in regards to this is 25% of height up or down, 50% of weight up or down. But then other than that, I
facial
think...
features highly mutable. Yeah. Okay. Change to appear as one of these
Just cringe
things.
it away.
Item. Powerful.
You're not even gonna enter my room. I locked the door.
Yeah, so you appear as the elf woman, except the leather armor's gone. The bust has been increased to size.
Mm-hmm.
Got
Two
that
sizes.
Water Wonder Bra on.
I would like to be outside the Anton's door. I would like to try to pick the lock. I picked the lock successfully.
It's unlocked.
That's not suspicious at all.
Can we get a stealth check?
I would also like to move silently. I'm moving very silently.
This is
What? You wanted to fuck with me? Now I'm gonna fuck with you. I would like
Enter your
to.
brother's bedroom.
I would like to
middle
walk
of
to
the
the
night.
side of the bed, and I would like to kneel, and I would like to shake Anton awake, and I would like to say in a very soft voice, "Anton, awaken."
Anton will wake up and be in disbelief, Koibu, at what he's seeing, and he'll try to like believe. He'll try to disbelieve it. What do you
The
want?
elf woman who wasn't here, or who had no interest in you earlier, is now at your bedside.
I don't
He
believe
winked
it.
at
on
me.
to you.
What do I roll?
Give me a spell save.
Okay. Saving throw over spell.
No way. You try to disbelieve it, but it's real. She's here. You can feel her hands on your. She's squeezing you, and you can feel the warmth coming out of her fingers. Actually, it's going to be cold fingers on your warm arm, drawing the heat from you. It has sight. It has smell. There's a scent to her, although it kind of smells like sweat and travel. But there's, sight, smell, temperature, sound. She's
Getting
real.
your ass fucked, Steven.
What the fuck? I would like to lean in softly and say, I noticed that you winked at me earlier. Did you find my performance acceptable?
Anton will go, my lady, I didn't even think you noticed me. How did you get here?
How
guess
could I
true
not
love
notice?
does conquer all.
How could I not notice somebody with such striking features? You seem as though you've been through such a harsh life, and I would like to gently caress the scars on his face.
Don't look at those.
Turn off the lights.
Anton will put his hand over him. I'm deformed.
I'll grab his
Idiot.
wrist and move his hand away, and I'll say, no, of course not. These are some of the most special and unique markings I've ever seen in a man before. Certainly, you've noticed that us elves are all boring. We all look perfect and the same, but you humans are so much more varied with the way that you look. I admire your scars so much. They tell so much of a story.
Well, I did fight off a dragon once. So.
A dragon? My eyes go huge and vulnerable, and I ask, wow, what brings you to this land? What are you doing here? Certainly a man like you must be here for something of incredible importance.
What would this be, like a willpower check to see if Anton would reveal it? This is gonna be a high one. I'm gonna say it's gotta be like a 28 or something for Anton to talk about it.
I'll do a opposed charisma check. Being very charismatic right now.
Go for it. Let's see the dice.
Okay, 18. So that means I probably wouldn't say it, right?
It's a little. Maybe the awkwardness hangs in the air. It's clear that he's uncomfortable about the scars and she's interested, and just an awkward silence comes over the room.
I can't talk about that, but Anton will lean in to kiss the elf.
I will bashfully turn my face, my hair covering my cheek, and pull back a bit. But I must know. Your life seems like it's been so interesting. I'm so bored, stuck in this boring town, playing these same songs for these same stupid sailors, for these same boring men. You and your friends look like you're on such wonderful adventures. I must know what you're here for. I'm sure I could be of help.
At this point, I think Anton would be genuinely, like, alarm bells would be raising in his mind. Some elf came into his room, door locked, now is in there.
I would
now
like
is
to
asking about his secret mission twice. Anton's alarm bells are going up. He's gonna, like, push back and be like, who are you? And, I guess clutch his fanny pack of spell instruments.
Start clutching something.
I'll lean back a bit. Just a boring elf that wound up here singing songs for boring people for years and years. I used to be an adventurer long time past, but unfortunately I got stuck here, wound up with little money. I've had nothing to do in the meantime. Just been looking for some brave hero to sweep me away from this place, to take me on the adventures that I wish I could return to. But if it's too much of an ask, I understand. I mean, I am imposing quite a bit. Perhaps it was inappropriate of me to come here tonight, and I'll look away and I'll make this stand up.
I am sorry, but I can't talk about what I'm here doing. You should probably get out of here.
Okay. I nod a bit.
Okay.
I get down on my knees, and I lean forward, close to his face. I look him right in the eye. I say, you better tell that to every motherfucker that comes into your room, you little fucking piece of shit. I smack him in the face, and I take my disguise off. I say, don't ever fuck around here again. Tell me to fuck around. We're here for one mission and one mission only. You're damn lucky that you answered correctly tonight, or I'm gonna beat your ass, all right? And I'll
Why
get
do you
up
do
and
this every time?
I'll get up and I'll leave the room.
Damn
I leave the
that.
room. I left. I slammed the door behind me. Go back to my room.
Emmerich is awoken. Well, maybe not. Emmerich's probably in a drunken stupor, having drank himself to sleep again. I only suppose you and the dwarf ended up swapping stories and downing drinks all night.
Oh yeah, if the dwarf would stay up with me, then I would.
Oh,
I'd
of
stay
course.
downstairs with him, yeah.
Yeah. All he needs is one glass of water before he goes to bed, and then he'll be fine. No hangover the next day.
Anton stays up plotting his revenge.
Excellent. All right. You all wake up the next day. Dwarf is fine. How old are you, Emmerich?
I'm the youngest one. I think I'm like 24.
You're fine. You don't even know.
26. Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably get up relatively early, wake everyone up, come downstairs. Tyrael, wake up. Let's go.
I arise. I come to my door. Yeah, ready to go.
Let's go. I got they're making breakfast for us. Anton, get up.
Fuck off, Anton will say. I'll get up when I'm good and ready.
I turn to Tyrael like, what the fuck's wrong with him?
Huh. You must have had a hard night.
Maybe he's
Anton
up
will
late
come
thinking about that elf.
stomping out.
If you know what I mean.
Must have what? Had a what? Sorry. There's noise.
Maybe he was up late thinking about that elf, if you know what I mean.
It's possible. Who knows what his mind is on these days.
He needs to focus, that one. I'm sure, look, the smell of bacon will wake him up. And then get downstairs and wait for breakfast.
All right. You meet them
Anton will
downstairs
stop
for breakfast.
eventually.
Everyone eventually comes on down. The plan can be enacted now, or, discussed now.
All right. So, what are you guys thinking?
I
So
don't think
one of us should go with our friend here.
Yeah, the dwarf. There must be like some academy or some school or some institution where people do research or reading. He can just go in, present the note, say he's here for research, and then dwarf man. Not to sound offensive or blunt, but I'm sure you appreciate bluntness being a dwarf, but your bluntness is, of course, the problem here. Is there any way that you can subtly insinuate that you'd like to see this key without letting on that that's exactly what we're here for?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Do you think it's possible?
Sorry, I was watching the... yeah.
Do you think it's possible that you can ask questions and try to get them to maybe reveal or talk about that key in such a way that it's not plainly obvious that that's what we're here for?
I suppose I could. I'm interested. We're here looking for, how'd you call it?
Big 10-pound metal key. Probably not too many like it.
No, we're here to create a storage device, right?
We're just here
Research for a
researching
storage
your
device.
wonderful dwarven technologies for anything that can help us, the effort. That's what the letter says. You can read it. I hand him the note. I don't imagine it's sealed because he'd probably have to produce it multiple times. So he can read it over if he wants to a few times. Yeah.
Yep. You
Tyrael,
read them over?
maybe you should accompany him, and I could lend you the amulet. Maybe if they're trying to hide anything, you'll be able to scope it out. Or do you think you should go alone?
It's a good idea, sending two, one with the amulet.
Yeah, I suppose I can go with him if he's okay with that. Sure.
Yeah, I'll hand you the amulet.
I don't know. Out of game, having Koibu just running around having a ton of conversations with himself sounds really entertaining.
I was about to say one of you guys should play the dwarf for these conversations. Otherwise, the next hour is just going to be Neil talking to himself in front of you guys. Which
Sounds... Okay, yeah, I'll go with the dwarf. Sure.
I can get you partway there if you want.
No, that's
but
right.
it'd be more fun to have
You
someone
do
else talk
when
to
you're an NPC. You're OP. You got everything under control. But okay, yeah, we'll go with you. I'll go with him. Sure.
And then Anton, maybe you can check out any temples in town.
Yeah, do you want to come with me, or do you have an idea?
I'm just gonna maybe walk around invisible to see what I can. Maybe I'll follow you.
Alright.
Maybe I'll follow Tyrael.
Split the party.
Before we head out of this tavern, I'll don the hat of disguise, and I would just like to look like a nondescript, ordinary man. Just roll the dice on like just blonde hair, brown eyes, just random, whatever shit.
Yeah, just random NPC.
Yeah.
Human. You'll
Somebody
fit in
that doesn't
town,
look
you'll
like
walk
me.
around.
Wait, you can have
Yeah.
brown eyes and blonde hair naturally, right?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll cast invisibility as we're all leaving, and I will follow Tyrael and the dwarf.
Okay. So you follow Tyrael and Dwarf invisibly. Tyrael is dressed as a random person. He's going with the dwarf. Anton, you're doing what, per se? Exactly.
I'm gonna go visit the temples. But before we all leave, I want to have a quick conversation with Imric just alone. Just be quick. Just be a quick aside.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
You know Tyrael tried to sexually assault me last night. He's taking that hat of disguise.
You said what?
Tyrael came in my room last night, disguised as the elf, and I swear he tried to fuck me. I resisted because I sought something up. I'm just letting you know. You got to be careful.
That's terribly sad. That's terribly sad.
He's going too far with that hat.
I always wondered why he never found a wife. Maybe this is his way of exploring certain ideas.
I don't know. I'm just not.
I don't think we should judge him too hard.
On our way out, can I ask the tavern, the barkeep, where that lady elf actually stays between shows?
She is just traveling through town.
But they must be like staying in a tavern or something.
I don't know which one. Down the street?
Before we had, I'm sure we have, like, it's early morning. Before we have some time, can I find where she's staying? I would just like to have a brief conversation with her.
Yeah, if you ask around, if you're willing to, like, ask people in the streets, you'll be able to find it. They're the talk of the town right now. Yeah, you can go on down to their tavern where they're having breakfast. You'll see it is 4 people, 2 elves, 2 humans, and they look very coupley. It looks like each human is married to an elf.
Not being disguised now, can I try to, is it appropriate to engage them in a conversation? So maybe I would like flag down their table, but if they're too busy or whatever, I don't want to,
Yeah, they're having breakfast. You can approach their table. They're kind of used to it.
Yeah.
And the female elf will speak up and be like, oh, hello. You must be another visitor. Fan.
In fact, I am. I was wondering if I could pull you off to the side for just a brief moment, for a brief conversation. I have a simple proposition for you. It won't take more than 30 minutes of your time. Of course, I'd be glad to pay you for it. Just like to make a very quick and simple request on behalf of one of my brothers.
Please.
Okay. So I imagine we stand off to the side. I don't care if the other people can hear us necessarily or not. It's fine. I have a younger brother who had dreams of being a musician. He grew up and he practiced a lute for many years, and he was becoming quite proficient in playing, but unfortunately, there was an accident, there was a fire at a barn. He ran in to save some of the animals, and he wound up scarred on his face. Because he was so self-conscious of how he looked, he never wanted to pursue anything further in music. He always thought he'd be too ugly to be on stage, especially alongside beautiful performers such as yourself.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what I was wondering, I know you guys aren't running a charity here or anything, but perhaps in exchange for a few pieces of gold, do you think it's possible that you could go over to that tavern and just maybe talk with or share some stories with my younger brother for maybe 30 or 45 minutes?
Well, I don't know about 30 or 45 minutes. We're kind of on a tight schedule, but I think that's so sweet that you would care about your brother so much. What's his name?
His name is Anton. He's very distinct. He'll have some fire scars. Even if for just a brief 5 or 10 minutes, I'm sure for maybe 5 gold, 10 gold, I'm sure it'd be worth your time.
She takes a glance over to the heavily decked out fighter sitting next to her, who's got like chainmail and a longbow and a massive glaive next to him and an arming sword.
As I notice her glancing over, I say to her, of course, you can bring any armed guards or anything you need. It's nothing funny. I just want you to have a quick conversation with my brother.
Ransom, sweetie, would you accompany me? We can talk to this Tyrael?
I'm sorry, Anton.
Mouton.
Anton.
Anton.
She's a busy performer. I'm sure she's got a million different,
Yeah. And just chat to him about, life. Anything.
Just chat him up. Tell him that you think he's got like a good future ahead of him. If he wants to do whatever he can, he can just give him kind of like a pep talk. Sometimes he's just a little bit down. I feel like he doesn't really believe that other people, can value him or can, gas him up or anything. So it'd be great if you could have that conversation. I would greatly appreciate it. And then I'll produce from my bag 5 gold. Should be more than enough for a quick conversation.
She will take the 5 gold, pat you on the hand sympathetically, and be like, I would be honored to help your brother gain confidence in order to play with us. Over here is some of our traveling companions. We had to convince them that they were good enough to work with us. That's Guy of Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's go. And she grabs Ransom, the fighter, and they head on over towards the other tavern.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. And you'll notice him as soon as you go in. He'll have scars on his face. It'll be readily apparent.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. What was the name of your traveling group again?
We're Kess and Kellen. I'm Kess. My brother's Kellen.
Kess
this
and
is
Kellen.
Ransom, my husband, and Olivia does the artistic impression as we paint.
Gotcha. I will praise
And
the name of your group from the mountaintops, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So she hurries out of the tavern with Ransom in tow, and moments later, she's coming into the one where you are there, Mr. Mooten, and you see the elf from last night.
I
the
have a
woman
look
of
of
your dreams.
disgust on my face.
Behind her is a stocky bodyguard with a huge two-handed weapon and a sword at his side and like chainmail hanging from him. He looks like he knows what's up.
That actually, I guess, confuses Anton because he knows Tyrio can disguise, but he's not convinced that another person would come. I'll let him come up to me, I guess.
All right. She comes up to you and goes, "Excuse me, are you Anton?"
I'll try to disbelieve.
Give me that saving throw.
Sorry, one second.
It doesn't matter. It's gonna fail. Yeah. You try as best as you can, but she's here in the flesh. Her voice even purer than it was last night.
I don't know what sick joke you're playing on me, Tyrio, but last night was enough. You already have.
No, I'm sorry. There's been confusion.
Don't speak louder. You've already disgraced this lady's image once, and now you've conned this guy into following you around. I'm done, Tyrio. I'm done with this sick joke. And he'll stand up and storm out.
Wait, hold on. I'm supposed to talk to you and convince you to become a musician.
The dwarf was right. All elves are ninnies. And I'll stomp out.
Well, she is a little pissed. She goes over and starts to speak with the human fighter, who seems very chill. He's not like trying to start any business. He's not taking any personal grudges. And then she'll give back one last snappy retort. Well, you were never going to be a good musician anyway, not with that sort of attitude. It takes real artistic talent to see things in other people, and you have none of it.
I'll keep stomping away.
I would like to be waiting outside
She's
the front
probably
entrance so that when Anton comes out, he sees me standing there with my eyes wide.
Anton will just shake his head.
Anton, what are you doing? Anton, she wanted to come back and talk to you.
I'm going to the temple, Teal. Your sick jokes are too much.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
For me either.
I'm good to go to the university or whatever with the dwarf guy now.
All right. You can be in charge of where the dwarf is going. Where is it that you guys are going? Like looking for food?
There must be like a local, like where scribes are, or what is the intelligentsia, some institution, some college, some area of research or study or archives, or...
There is an academy in Drunsbar for the children of the nobles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just called the Drunsbar Academy.
Yeah.
That's probably the center of intellectual stimulation here.
To the academy.
Yeah, I follow.
All right. You guys arrive at the academy. It's a private school for teaching children. It's not really open to the public or anything like that, but there's still, it's a school. So there's kind of like a main office building at the front and, a groundskeeper sweeping out front who sees you approach and gives you a bit of a bob of the head and says, "Excuse me, I don't recognize you. What is your business here at the academy?"
I'll flag him down, I suppose. I am in my hat of disguise now. I am a nondescript level 1 man, whatever, just random, right?
Yeah.
And I'll flag him down and I'll say, "Hello, we come from the land of Drekis. We were hoping that we could speak to some of your most esteemed researchers today. I come bearing a note from the Queen, and I come with an incredibly intelligent dwarf who has a knack for history, and I was wondering if we could speak to somebody with a bit more authority." And I can produce the note for him to glance over. And
He'll glance over it and go, "Oh, the Queen of Drekis. Of course, I'm sure the academics would have no problem answering questions on behalf of royalty. come this way, he says, and kind of scratches his head. I'm not used to this sort of... I'm just the groundskeeper. But he will take you to one of the classrooms where history is being taught, give a knock on the door, pull the teacher out, who takes a step outside and looks confused, begins to admonish the groundskeeper for interrupting them in the middle of their lectures. When the groundskeeper goes, there's envoys here from the Dracissian royal family? To which the historian will pause and turn to face you. It is a man with like a weathered face, like pockmarks. It looks like he spent years and years at sea before he became a teacher here. He does not have a tone of aristocracy in his voice whatsoever. He's definitely a commoner who's been elevated to a position of influence through merit, which is unusual for these times. And gaze upon the two of you. Well, out with it. If you're from the Queen, let's have it.
Hello, I'll produce the note. So me and my friend here have traveled quite far from Drekis. All we wish to do is gather some information and to do some research about some of your wonderful dwarven inventions. I'm sure, as you know, our land has been engulfed in conflict, and any more information that we can find about how to construct more effective devices to help us manage this conflict, the better. So we were hoping that we could come as emissaries from Drekis, perhaps in exchange for gifts or other knowledge, if we could just have a look at your archives and research what you may allow us to. I have a dwarven friend here who may be able to more effectively communicate with you. But yeah, that's what we were here for.
Looks to the dwarf, looks to the arc. Just access to our library? What sort of... He ponders for a moment, taps his toe. Do you mind if I finish up with my classroom and meet you in half an hour?
Of course you can. I'm sorry, we talked about this, but we didn't do this explicitly. So, Imric said that he was giving me the ESP amulet earlier.
Yeah.
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
We did explicitly say that, right? So having that amulet on, what do I detect from his thoughts or whatever?
A little bit of confusion.
Okay.
Just kind of like this is unexpected. I'm not really sure what to do about this. Kind of like going through the protocols in his head of like, how could this be a threat to me? This seems sort of normal. This seems kind of reasonable. Is there anything that I should deny them access to? Shit, I got to get back to class. I'm going to figure this out after I finish teaching class today, and then I'll sort it out.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can wait. Do you know about how long it'll take?
Half an hour.
Okay, no problem. We'll be out in the front courtyard or whatever, waiting.
As they're waiting, I'm just going to leave. No, I'm going to do something else.
You just walk out. Okay.
Yeah.
You peace out. You guys have a little while before the class is finished. Is there anything you want to say with the dwarf before class is over?
Not much. I mean, I trust you know how to speak to these people, right? You're not going to say anything too insulting, or you're not going to... Everything will be fine, right?
I'm sure it'll be fine. Sure,
Okay.
you won't have any problem with anything I have to say.
Okay, I hope so. I'm putting a lot of the weight on your shoulders for this particular mission, so I trust you'll do as good a job as the Queen said you will.
He grunts at you. But some time passes, half an hour or so, and eventually the gentleman, the historian, comes back out. My notes here. He introduces himself. Hello. My name is Thorin. I am the historian here at the Druinsbar Academy. You said the dwarf here has questions for me, or is conducting research on storage of valuable items in unusual ways. Correct?
Is this to me or the dwarf?
It's to you.
Okay, yeah. Yes, yeah, that is indeed what we are here to research. And then I'm just a lowly human whose brain could barely comprehend the magnificence of your dwarven inventions. This is said half authentically, half a little bit whatever. And then,
Sure.
yeah, my dwarf friend here.
This dude's a human.
What? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're here to study. My friend here will know more of the specifics than I. I'm only here to accompany him. It's better to travel in pairs rather than alone, of course. But yeah, we're here hopefully to gather as much information as we can about clever or crafty ways to store things.
Well, and you're on behalf of the Queen. Is she also...
Here?
Making
or...
a donation to the Academy for our time and services?
I believe that she put a note in the bottom that you can be compensated in whatever manner you feel appropriate. So you, I'm sure, have access to the full library of what Drekis is able to offer. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Communicate by note to her.
In these trying times, gold buys more favors than books, I'm afraid to say.
Of course, I understand. I am in a position to parlay. I don't know if that's appropriate here. On behalf of the Queen. So, yeah, whatever you feel is appropriate, you can make that request of me, and I'm authorized to grant it or deny it.
Well, I think 100 gold pieces should answer all of your questions, no problem. And should assuage the concerns of any of our Academy higher-ups.
Sure, I can understand that. I am sure that you understand in our position, we'd very much like to make sure that we have some valuable information before parting with such gold. However, I completely trust in you. I'll produce 35 gold pieces from my purse. I have 36 on me, so I'm taking all but one. And I will hand this over and I'll say, here's 35 up front. And then once we've gotten the information we feel we need, or even possibly more, I will gladly pay you the rest. Hope that you find these terms acceptable.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
35 gold.
Please, he'll take you to a small library that they have in the basement of the Academy.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll watch over you and make small talk as the dwarf, flips through things and looks through things.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll stick around with you. If you'd like the dwarf to do any RP in this situation, you should RP the dwarf yourself.
Yeah, I guess I just kind of want him to go around and read and look for information about the key. I don't know if he necessarily needs to say anything, but we'll probably wait for like 30 minutes to see if he feels like he comes across any relevant books that might have information related to it.
Yeah, so he starts, pulling through books, looking at titles. The historian here can point him in the direction of a couple of interesting notions. No one specifically mentions the tomb of Vlad Orwell, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ormore.
He doesn't necessarily need to look for a specific mention, but perhaps a book on clever keys or locks that might mention a type of lock that would be like matching the description. Like, in the past, it's been rumored that a 10 power, a very heavy metallic key has been used for or something like that.
Yeah, most of their books here are going to be like historical books or like lines of kings and queens, happenings of the world. There's not really like this is our book on locks,
Mm-hmm.
Because everything's written by hand. Those books just don't get written very often.
Mm-hmm.
But he will dig around and eventually come up with a history of Drune's Bar book, which will mention Vlad Ormore
Mm-hmm.
in it. And, digging around in it, it will mention that when he was buried, he was sealed in a tomb beyond lockpicking and magic spells. And pull up the book and tap it emphatically and come over to you and be like, here's the tomb, it's mentioned here, but they don't say anything about the key, only that it was impervious to mechanical and magical locks, or lockpicking attempts.
No other information about perhaps the way to get through it? Any key created? Nothing?
He flips through it a little bit more, reads a bit more, and says, the tomb was crafted by the son of Vlad, a young man, or I guess not young dwarf, but what was his name? Farnock. His son Farnock Ormore created it using a combination of dwarven and gnomish workers, is all it says.
Does that son, that's not the same name of the son in Roxas, is it?
Farnock? He gives a nod. Farnock's the one who founded Roxas.
Okay. Well, we said that on that council there was like a descendant of the family. Would it be a descendant of his? That would be the assumption, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably a descendant of Farnock's. I guess Ormore Vlad could have had multiple children, and maybe it's a descendant of one of them, but same family line.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that's all the information.
Do you want to use it as a starting point to further your conversation, or is that all you want from this library?
I suppose I'll chat with the human that's down here. Is somebody that works at the academy, so he should be fairly knowledgeable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of these locks is of great interest. A lock that can't be picked, a lock that can't be magically broken into. This sounds to be a lock of clever invention. Are you guys able to produce more of these?
He comes over and takes a look at the book to understand what you're talking about, and goes, "Oh, the tomb of Vlad Ormor. That would be a good place to look. I'm surprised I didn't think of that myself. Sealed with a massive stone slab weighing thousands and thousands of pounds, locked with something, I don't know what it looks like, very intricate key, making it almost impossible. It's somehow magically impervious as well. I'd like to see it myself."
This is a very interesting invention. Do you know anybody that might know more about it that we could speak with?
He chews his lip for a little bit. "You know, I believe the key... the people of Roxas made this, which are only tangentially related to the people here in Druinsbar. We like to think of ourselves as quite separate. But, something about importing dwarves and gnomes, something about the key. It should be, the people of Roxas would know."
Does it feel like he's holding, so with my ESP amulet, does it feel like he's holding information back from me that he's scared to say, or does it feel like he's genuinely reaching into his mind and he just can't find anything?
He's generally reaching into his mind. This is an area that he only knows by rough reputation. Like,
Okay.
you know, you and I might know Joan of Arc was a young woman who led armies and came from, like, low status, but that's probably all we really know about her.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time. This seems to be the perfect mechanism for what we have in mind. So perhaps we will head down to Roxas and inquire there for if they know anything more about how to construct such a lock.
He looks awkwardly to the dwarf. "I don't mean to be racist or anything, but you know how dwarves like to hold on to things for long periods of time, you know, keeping their history and whatnot." The dwarf just bobs his head along and mumbles, "That's not racist at all. It's just good thinking."
Wait, what is that in response to?
To
It's good thinking to keep the key for a long time. Is kind of what he's saying, right?
Oh, sure. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. We appreciate it. We'll take our leave.
Okay. We're going to flip quick over to Nick. Imric, what's going on? You left.
I'm just going to wander around the town. I was maybe looking to find the mayor's house.
Yes, it's very easy to find the mayor's manor in the middle of town.
What kind of wall gate situation are we talking about here?
10-foot wall with made out of brick with metal spikes going around the top of it. A single gate in the middle with 4 guards on it. It also looks like this manor is a center of business, of government. You know, like almost like a White House thing where when you're in office, you work and live in the manor in the middle of town. So there are soldiers. It's gated.
So there's a lot of people coming and going, is what you're saying?
There, over the course of a day, many people will come and go. At the moment, it appears that like there's no one here.
How quick are they? I'll wait around. I'm going to watch it. I want to watch the gate. How quick are they to like close the gate after people go in? Like, feasibly, could I sneak in with invisibility or not?
They'll like slide the gate open enough for the person to come through, but it's not like there's a lot of space. They seem to be aware that, you know, people are invisible at times. Or, you know, just good security protocol not to open gates too big.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll wander around. I'm not going to make a move or anything like that. I guess I'll just scope the town out a little bit. You can switch to Anton.
Sure.
I don't think I'm doing anything in particular.
Anton, you were heading to the temple in town.
Yeah, just what temple is it?
It is a...
Like some shitty dwarven gun.
It is the first temple you come across is a temple of Rossi, goddess of death. It's a small little temple, though. It's like, you know, room for maybe 10 people inside at a time.
I'll go inside quickly and visit the Belthara shrine and drop a little bit of my Velthara. Sorry. I have Velthara temple soil, so I'll put a little bit down.
You sprinkle some soil from Velthara in the Temple of Varasi.
Yeah.
One of the priestesses nearby comes up to you with a polite bow recognizing that you're a cleric of Velthara, she will say, Father of Velthara, what brings you to our small shrine? In Eridonian?
I'll speak back in Eridonian. Just visiting. It's always good to go see how other neighboring countries and states are doing. Trying to put the faith more together rather than nation states.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Is there anything I can do to help, or shall I leave you to your business?
What temples are in Drunsbar, and what temples are in Roxas?
There is a large temple on the south side of town that's sort of devoted to all deities. I manage our Verasi shrine here, and there are a couple more shrines. One to Martha, one to Tempos, and another one to Ephra.
What does it take to erect a shrine in town?
A right to the land and the resources to build it.
Very cool. Very interesting.
There is no regulation in Drunsbar regarding the placement of holy places. Although I hear some of the less free cities have heavy regulation on where things can be built.
And what of Roxas?
I've never been myself, but I would expect a couple of shrines to Seor. It's a large mining town and what would you call it? A production hub. There are a great many smiths that supply tools, weapons, raw materials to. They travel north towards Akuba and up to Drunsbar, Shelton, even sometimes trading with a few of the elves, although mostly just raw materials. The elves prefer to make their own work.
Is the journey safe? Is it usually, does the Blue Dragon I hear ever come visit?
Azeron rarely flies north of the Draken Wastes. Roxas has a great tower in the middle that keeps the dragons at bay, they say.
Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Although the northern section of the Draken Range does have the Wyvern or two, and the Hogwind Plains are known to have various monsters throughout them.
Do tell. Which ones?
Just blanked on their name.
Or if you know of a local, I don't know what it'd be called, a beast master, a monster master, who would know?
Yes, one of the rangers would probably know.
Well, I'll go visit them then.
Oh.
Also, does the Cleric of Veracity man this temple, or is it just run by priests?
Just, I am a cleric, and I have a couple of priestesses underneath me, although I am not accomplished in quite so many ways. Just good at spreading the great word of Veracity, goddess of death, making sure people give her the appropriate attention she deserves, for all of our lives end eventually. All of us will need her at our side, and in our last moments, our final, most important moments, it is best to be near to the goddess of death. Anyway, the creatures in Hogwind Plain are Wemmicks.
Oh, Wemmicks. Okay.
Yes. Kin to centaurs, although rather than equine in nature, they are leonin in nature.
Do we ever hear of other continents?
Yes.
Have we heard, I guess, I, out of character, have heard a little bit about the huge Veracity horde on the other continent. Have we heard anything about that over here?
You guys are aware of the large continent of Solemn. The ongoings of what's happening in Solemn, probably not so much. You've been sort of distracted. You would know that there is sort of like disruption and disorder, and that they're involved in some sort of like large-scale conflict. And that Frothy is, a champion of one of the sides, but that's not too uncommon. Every time an army marches somewhere, they've got some god or goddess on their flag. And I guess you would probably know that Verocity's the patron of some side over there.
I'll remark, seems Verossi may be spreading too much death lately, but could just be a cleric of Velthara's opinion.
Well, you know, the amount of death never really changes. It's only the times at which it changes. All these people were fated to die. Their numbers just came up sooner than they expected. It doesn't seem
Quite worrying.
inappropriate for there to be too much.
Quite troublesome. Well, I will,
Have you considered the fact that maybe they all had it coming?
Not that many people have death coming, that's for sure. I'd like to do petty revenge, not eye for an eye. All right. I'll be off. Thank you very much. And I'll go back to the tavern.
All right. It sounds like the party can gather together later that afternoon after books have been gone through, clerics spoken with, and a town ambled around while invisible, trying not to bump into folks. Nick, give me a dex check, see if you can navigate the whole town the whole day without running into anyone. You know, it's probably fine, but you're right. There's a non-zero chance you roll like a 1 and you like knock something over and you get chased through the streets and someone webs you and someone else burns it and everyone dies.
So getting back to the tavern then, I mean, I assume we're ending now, but I think the last thing to do here is I went to the mayor's manor. Seems to be that's where the government of the town is run from. There were plenty of important looking people going to and from, and 4 guards on the gate. I suggest that our dwarf friend and Tyrell here should head there and try and catch an audience.
Head there in the morning, then.
Catch an audience for what?
With the governor.
What do we need to talk to him for?
Do you not think that that's the most likely place to stumble upon a lead?
We already have a lead, don't we?
Nothing confirmed.
I think going down to Roxas, I think using the same excuse that we had here, that we're trying to study this, I think that if we can find a descendant or somebody to talk to, they might have more information. I don't know if we'd get anything more from the governor than that, right?
I agree that it's the best leads are probably found in Roxas. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's fine. But talk to as few people as possible. There's no reason to risk fucking anything up.
Anton will take leave to his room.
Then let's prepare for the journey across the plains then. Shall we leave on the morrow?
Let's leave on the morrow.
All right. I shall prepare my spells for travel.
Great.
We'll go back to our
That
room.
night, Tyrael, I need you to make me a saving throw versus spell.
Okay. Okay, and then I think it's supposed to be 1 lower right now because of my ring of protection. I think that's not accounted for, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and I'm trying to roll a 12 or higher, or 12 or lower.
Higher.
Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Well, you go to open your door to go to your bedroom. When all of a sudden darkness comes over you. You can see the light fading from your vision, becoming but a tiny pinhole before it kind of breaks, pauses, and reverses, and you can snap around and look about for a moment, but you are almost blinded.
Do I see anybody in the room?
No. What do you do?
I will quickly take my sword out, and I would just like to swing in a broad motion forward. I don't know if I need to roll initiative to attack, just to see if anything is immediately in front of me, or if I get the impression of anything moving back.
Give me an attack roll. A nice wide arc through your room, right? Not in the hallway.
Through the room, correct, in front of me. Yeah. And I don't see like a powder or anything settling, do I? Sorry.
No, you don't see any powder settling.
Like there would have been like a blinding powder that would have like come down or whatever. Is what I mean? Like anything weird, dust in the air or whatever.
Mm-mm.
Do I hit anything or see anything move around?
There's your roll. You swipe with your blade. It cuts cleanly through the air. Give me a perception check to see if you can notice anything in the room other than you. You glance about. It Doesn't look like there's any stirring of curtains. Your bed hasn't been adjusted in any way, shape, or form. Everything seems as you left it, but you were definitely attacked with a spell, 100%.
Okay. Can I sheath my sword and just stand for a moment? And just wait? I'll wait for 20 seconds.
Sheath your sword and wait in the middle of the hallway or in your room? Where are you when you wait?
Just at the entrance to my room. I would just like to peer into my room and stare and watch and wait.
Nothing happens.
I'll wait another minute.
You hear some commotion on the stairs, but it's just, another patron coming up the stairs to go to their bedroom, and they go into their room, and you're still waiting.
Okay. Can I move down? I would like to go downstairs. To the is the bar still open? Are they still serving anything?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I would like to go down, and I would like to purchase a drink of their darkest red wine.
Okay. They will sell you a glass of red wine for, 5 silver.
Okay. Hold on. I will subtract it from my sheet.
5 silver for a wine? Really? When the
Yeah.
room was 5 silver?
Yeah, because he
Nice
wanted
wine.
the darkest red wine, and you guys are kind of, fancy to begin with, but the nice red wine here comes from the Elven lands, and that shit is deep red and pricey as crap.
Can
it's like
I-
50 bucks a glass, it's pricey wine.
I would like to walk back upstairs outside of the in the hallway. I would like to be outside of Anton's room.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to douse myself with the red wine near my
You're gonna stain
midsection.
your clothes.
Yes, I would like to douse over my garments. I'm sure I should have some sleeping clothes on or something. No, or can I have like a sleeping outfit? Do I have a sleeping outfit?
Well, on your character sheet, how much weight of clothes do you carry?
We have noble clothing, which is supposed to be light, so only 2 pounds
2
or whatever.
pounds. Yeah, so you've just got the one set of like nice silks that you wear, and if you douse it with wine, you're gonna stain the silks forever. You'll never get it out.
True. Okay. You know what? In that case, I'll set the wine aside. I can drink this later. I would like to don my hat of disguise, and I would like to look identical as to what I look now, except I would like to have my tunic look as though it is stained red with blood. I like to do that instead.
Oh yeah, it's bloodied.
Okay. Did I do that? Okay. I would like to pound on Anton's door and scream, "Brother, help! Brother, help!"
I mean, I'm rolling a perception check.
Yep.
Anton will get up and slowly walk to the door and open it.
As he opens it, I would like to fall into the room, searching for him. "Brother, I can't see. I was blinded immediately, and I think somebody came up and they stabbed me and they stole my coin purse. I need help. Can you cure me, please?" And I would like to roll over to my bloodied cloak as I roll on the floor in agony. I think the dagger may have been poisoned.
That's terrible. How are you blinded, I'll ask.
I don't know, brother. Please help. I'm losing blood.
I'll make a... So he's like the boy who cried wolf at this point, He's fucked with me so much. I don't even believe him. He got stabbed in here, I would have heard him yell.
That's true.
There was no cry of pain.
No
from
cry
the
of pain,
stab.
nothing. Anton's actually just gonna kick him, tell him to get the fuck out. I don't know if I have to hit.
Yeah, I think he's lying on the ground.
Sure.
You can kick him. It's fine.
I'll kick him. Get out of here.
Okay. I'll stand up, laughing a little bit. And I'll give him the old... I'm watching him. And I'll leave the room, I'll close the door, and I'll open my room. I'll go to sleep.
Okay. Everyone goes to sleep. Everything's fine. I think here we will call it for today, but when we come back next session, it's just a simple trip to Roxas across the Hogwind Plains. Not a great distance, maybe 70 miles. You got to cross 1, maybe 2 rivers, depending on the route you take.
What was the beast called again? Maxis?
Wemix. They are the Leonin cousins to equine centaurs. They're something like this.
Ooh, beautiful. Nice.
Oh,
Wait, these are Minotaur people.
yeah, they might be hella indoor shit. All right. That's interesting.
Okay.
They're not minotaurs.
They're not minotaurs at all.
Wait, they're not Minotaurs?
There's,
Oh,
there's a
like
difference
half
between
lion,
Minotaur and
half
Centaur,
man.
I guess.
They're human... They have human bodies and horse bodies.
No,
Human
that's
tops and
No,
horse...
no, it's lions.
Lion body mixed with human torso, but also like still lion-esque mane.
No, whatever.
Minotaur's full bull, Centaur's half.
They're all minotaurs to me.
All the filthy minotaurs look the same.
Amen.
Well, we will call it for the day today. Did we have any questions, or did we have any things to get to before we wrap it up?
We don't do XP till we get back, so I don't.
Oh, do you have any questions or anything like that from the Patreon?
Oh yeah, shit. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking of that. Oh, also, you had a good idea this time, Mr. Moon. I don't remember what it was, but you should write it down. Do you remember what it? Do you remember what it was? It was good enough that I was thinking about stealing it.
Dwarf, right?
What?
Was it bringing a dwarf with us?
No, fuck. It was on the ship.
Oh, the paper for new ships, someone said?
Oh, it was getting the note from the lady so we could have safe passage.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was fun.
Write that down.
Safe.
Okay. All right. Hey, listen. If you like doing Patreon, obviously this isn't my highest viewership content, but it's a lot of fun. If you enjoy this and you like to support it, this stuff just makes it a little bit more financially viable for us. Here's the Patreon if you want to sign up. Love you very much. And then depending on your tier, you can submit questions if you want us to answer any questions between sessions. So I read those off now. Okay. The first one, we've got 4 questions today. Are there any other RPG systems other than D&D that you would like to play or DM? This isn't... it says question for all. So, Koibu. Do you do, like,
No.
Shadowrun or anything like that? Or
No.
No?
I don't care about rule sets all that much, and I found the one that I like, so I'm just happy to do this one until there's a reason to move on, which there probably never will be 2nd edition for life.
True.
Okay. Do you think they could ever make a new edition of D&D that brings back some of the gritty nittiness of 2E that can maintain?
Oh, totally. Yeah, maybe 6th edition is going to be bomb, and I'll eat these words.
Okay, cool. Just great.
Doubt it.
I'm just gonna move in order of the cameras. I've only ever played D&D. Other things sound interesting, but I mean, like, I don't think personally right now there's anything that I like super hate about 2E. Maybe I just don't have experience, so I can't really say. There might be some other system that's like, wow, this is way better, but I haven't seen it yet. And yeah, this is fine. This seems to be a good vehicle for what I enjoy doing. Nick.
Loved 2nd edition D&D. The only other system that I've really enjoyed playing, and I think is different enough to be interesting as an aside to 2E, is Call of Cthulhu, which is more like, it's less combat, it's more sort of like investigatory, and it's kind of set in like the 1920s. It's just kind of like a different type of game, more of a horror spin.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
Okay, and then Muda Cakes.
I guess I would want to try the Pathfinder stuff eventually. I've always heard that that's pretty good.
Mhm.
That's probably about it. I really like 2nd edition, though. I think it's really good.
Okay. Second question is, does anyone in the party have predispositions against groups of people, like sailors or elves or something, due to personal history?
My character against dragons, I guess fire as well. Other than that, no, he's pretty chill with everybody. Maybe vampires now.
Nick?
Nah, not really. I mean, Emmeric's like, I don't know if you really have this in America, but he's kind of like a rich English person. He goes to all the fancy parties. He knows all the rich people. He doesn't really have any ill will towards the poor people, but he doesn't really consider them necessarily the same.
Yeah, I kind of feel like usually you introduce like hatred towards certain groups of people are usually introduced in some kind of tragic backstory generally, and we're all kind of like middle class, or not, I'm sorry, we're like upper class noble people, so it's kind of hard to have been like super fucked over by some group. Like, it's not like our family was killed or we were abandoned or any crazy things. So yeah, I can't think of any for my character right now. This is probably a wasted question, but this is a question for Koibo. Did the brothers actually kill all of the vampires?
100% all dead. Don't even worry about it, guys. You got him. You got him. Woo!
Okay, and then question for cast. What aspect of D&D do you enjoy the most? The combat, the role-playing, the heist, or the dungeon crawling, etc.? I'll just go clockwise again or whatever. Koibu.
When you play a lot of D&D, what really is the most fun is exploring the mind and motivation of the other player characters with you, or the other players, and trying to like be able to lay out a hint for them and see if they take it up or how they might take it, or to be able to lay a trap and see if they can navigate it. There's like a bunch of subtle, like upper level meta games that are being played, and it's the meta games above the actual game that I really, really enjoy. The actual game is just like a vehicle to play the meta games.
Do you mean like the when we all three split up and then we all had like a rider running past us and you go to like, all right, Moon, what do you do? I attack it. The other two just like leave it, or do you mean like?
Yeah, or from today's session when you're like, I'm gonna cast Dictate on them, and I'm like, well, she's surrendering. You're like, I'm gonna cast Dictate. For the fun part of that for me was like, well, let's go through step by step and make each time I say something, I'm gonna make it more and more awkward or difficult for Mutin to cast that Dictate spell, and then seeing you like grit your face and be like, fuck it, I'm casting it anyway, and then like prompting Tyrael and prompting Imric with specific phrasing to try and push them to like stand the combat down. Yeah. You know, it's those sort of like meta games that you might not even realize are being played if you're just watching casually that I enjoy.
Okay. I think I probably enjoy like planning heists is like really fun, like the Ocean's 11 aspect of the game. I think it'd be especially if we have like a lot of different tools in play and like everything goes off well. I think it's like pretty exciting. Also like the rare like the nat 20s and the nat 1s in combat that can change things can also be like really fun sometimes, although a little bit more RNG-ish base, but yeah. Nick.
You definitely need a little bit of all four elements, right? I think like the times when I enjoy playing D&D the most, so I want to answer role playing, but it's not just like your average encounter. It's like when you've been playing this campaign for a year, maybe even like a year and a half, 2 years, and you're so invested in the story that like you'll be in like a life or death situation, and you really, I mean, it's not like you're really there, but you really feel like the tension and the like you need to make the right decision. You can't fuck this up, and like that's like a feeling like you don't get in any other game or like anything outside like real life, I'd say. So that's what I really like about it.
All right, and Moody Cakes.
Big fan of the role playing. Probably, I really like the combat. I'm a big fan of like the combat. I sometimes think that people can go like too much with the combat, but I think we have like a really good balance here of role playing and combat aspect of it, which is nice.
Okay, cool. Today we rolled in. What's his name? Lazar.
Lazar, yeah.
Lazar? Oh, yeah. If you sign up for the Patreon, you can also suggest like names of like weapons or families and stuff like that. I think Lazar was one of the suggested ones. So whoever you were, congratulations. You got your duder in. And
Misha, Lazar, Thorin, and Karsa are all names from patrons.
A lot of them.
Yeah, wow. But I think that's all we got. We should be back at the normal time next time. I don't think as long as the United States is still standing, everything should be fine. Yeah. So thanks a lot for joining us. We'll be back same time next week. It's been fun. We will see you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you guys.
Hold on one sec. Okay, tomorrow you need to remind me to actually hook up my fucking my fucking power supply because it would have saved me today, but I haven't hooked it up. Hold on, let me change my titles everywhere. Tim Pool 100K Alex Yones. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, hold on. Holy shit. Yo, Destiny, react to YouTube chat. Did this creator even once? Ignoled YouTube chat. He spelled acknowledge I-G-N-O-L-E-D-E. That might be a brand new word. I don't know if that word has ever been typed on the internet before. Hold on, I'm gonna search. But I acknowledged its flaws. Oh no, we've got 2 English things on the internet that I see. Everything is awesome. Live, everyone is awesome. Acknowledged, very amazing. Interesting. New rare word. Thank you, YouTube chat. Can I get a quick Section 230 debate? Debate on what? Have you seen this Alex Jones clip? Clip. Fuck.
Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flipped me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
Good one. Hold on. Oh, stop. Buck Smart's clip. Hold on. I can't do politics without Minecraft in the background, right? All right. Come over here. What lamp do I use? I've got 3 me bulbs. Me light? M-I dash at light.
Thought we were having a conversation.
Okay, Nick. What's up, Nick?
Okay, what do you want to say?
You're gonna be in DC. I got friends in DC.
Oh, is that a
You might see me
threat?
there.
Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Your violent brothers and sisters.
That sounds
Thanks.
real racist, Nick.
It's true. And?
He is openly saying he's racist.
And?
Wow.
Nobody
Thank you for clarifying that. How
cares.
about you?
Why did she even go? If she has nothing to say, why not just like not go to this and make yourself look like a dumb fuck? Okay. Okay. Destiny Patreon clip. Funniest meme.
I'm getting it. I'm getting the $1 million. I'm getting the $1 million, dude. Which of these letters is a consonant? IOAX. I.
A is going to be the right answer. I can feel it.
And unfortunately, this is the wrong answer. It's the...
And then basically, we would shout you.
Do you imagine his rage right now for what they did to his father? He started so I pray the world can heal his right. Jesus Christ.
That's a smart idea, though. Yeah, maybe I'll include Kimiko in some videos. If you heat it enough, oil and water can mix. If you shake it enough, I'll tell you, they can also mix. Google emulsification, okay? Let's just say I like to get emulsed in that poon, bro. In that nice robot pussy, bro.
Holy shit. Oh, we got our buddy Giuliani here. Got this math guy.
Full disclosure.
Got Steven Crowder guy. Oh, this is about the 1900. Many election management systems use 1900 as a missing data code for records that have no discernible birth date when the state transitioned their paper records into an electronic system. Good to know. Can I debate you on section 230? Sure, science partner. If you can figure out how to get to the general lobby on Discord, I'll drag you in and we'll have a chat. Yeah, I need to go back to reading these news things, which I think I'm supposed to do after DnD every day. 30 minutes after this and following events. So 5 minutes ago. All right. 23 hours ago. Oof, we're just catching it. All right. And I said you
wondering what you think about most of the ID crew taking off their masks during the elections? And I don't mean COVID masks.
Good one. Wait, how did that go through? I have donuts paused. Sorry, let me unpause these in case we missed any. Destiny, of course, he doesn't say the reason I messaged him is because I found out he doxed my location on stream. I may have hurt his feelings telling him his behavior narcissistic abusive, but that doesn't compare it to using actual coercive control tactics and carelessly doxing. So what have I done to her from now? I've doxed her and I've revenge porned her? Jeez, I'm a horrible fucking person. Did you see this stupid fuck that's like, oh my god, the new league champion, it was made after me because I dated a random ride employee that wasn't even in charge of champion design and I think he liked blah blah. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. And then it turns out that it's actually the champion designer based it on like his current girlfriend or something. Like it's not even at all related to her. Oh my god, so stupid.
Bonus meme, wide peepo happy.
Who the fuck? Even if it was true, if somebody designed a champion that was inspired, who the fuck cares? What do you think artists do? Like their inspiration comes from real life shit all the time. Dude, I'm fucking done. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, get over yourself.
You gnome fuck!
Pepe posters on massive amounts of copium after getting destroyed in the Olympics get a life. Pepe posters he wins.
Hi. Oh, or don't talk to me, Dan. Okay. So I'm in general, my guy, science partner, where I don't see you at all. Are you in an actual chat room or like a voice room or? Did he turn it off? No, sometimes I skip them, but. White House officials have asked for content to be edited or removed, which pushed back against numerous false claims about the election, including the Democrats behind a mass election fraud scheme. CIA SA officials have chosen not to delete it. What am I supposed to care about this? Destiny noises ASMR supercut. True. Wait, what? Is that guy's imager link, Lord Cord, is that dead? Or is my computer fucking up?
Hello?
Oh, he just added a 44 at the end for no reason. What, Dan?
Sorry, I was just making sure it's working. You know what? Fuck this NVIDIA shit.
What's wrong with your NVIDIA? Oh, hey, what's up, science partner? What's up, bud?
Hey, my guy, how you doing?
Pretty good, how you doing?
Oh, sorry, I'll turn your screen. I'll turn your stream off. My bad.
You gnome.
Yeah. So it was just I just
Broken
wanted
promises.
to like talk about like Section 230, like kind of like social media reform. Like I'm not like I think in general like the conservative I just want their Section 230 because I'm getting banned or stuff is like kind of stupid. I'm just more concerned about like I think in general like you can say like social media companies tend to platform like extremist content because their whole business model revolves around kind of like getting viewership all the time, so or like prolonging viewership. So I think that can just kind of be problematic. So I think like treating them as publishers can kind of make them like more accountable for that.
Why would we treat them as publishers though when the people posting like on the site aren't employees of the company?
Yeah, I know but like a conventional publisher, they're directly benefiting from the things that are being posted on their site, right?
Yeah, but it's not like they're posting it, right? It's people that use their site.
Yeah, I understand, but like the New York Times doesn't have like, for example, the New York Times doesn't have like they do publish stories, but the majority of their work is from independent journalists, right?
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I think that there's like a bit of a difference between like an op-ed that's posted like on the New York Times by like a named writer and everything that like the New York Times has to specifically vet, right? Like I'm sure that they look at stuff that's posted as an op-ed on their site. They've got like editors and shit that go over it versus like a social media platform where anybody can create a site and sign up and post stuff, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I just think like I just think like I don't know if I was just thinking like Section 230 is a way to, do you think like, obviously like I watched you and you kind of think that like extremist content is a problem like on social media platforms, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of figuring out ways in which somehow, cause somehow like social media companies can like be held accountable for that because they do like profit off of extremist content. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, extremist content I think is bad. But I mean, I would hope that we could like culturally or through market forces bully these companies into doing something different. I don't know if it's the job of the government to be removing extremist content. That seems like it could be really highly problematic to me. Like, for instance, like something that and there's an old conservative guy that used to come on the stream a lot. His name was X Skills Me. But something that he said that really stuck with me was, imagine whatever restriction you want the government to put on to a particular platform, and now imagine the worst president in history being charged of the commission that like puts on those restrictions, right? Like if the United States government could restrict certain content on social media that it considers extremist, and let's say Trump was the head of like the government as he is now, does that mean that every single BLM post and every single Antifa post or whatever are now considered extremist content and all of that is banned? Like how far does that go? I just don't know if I would want the federal government in charge of that.
Yeah, I totally kind of agree with that sentiment. I just think like
I agree with you, it's problematic. Extremist content is definitely problematic. I agree with you 1,000,000% there, yeah.
I was just kind of saying that like in terms like you mentioned like you'd rather like market force to take care of it, like and I would too, like I'm all for that. I just don't think they're like the incentives are there for markets to take down extremist content because they profit, like they directly benefit from it, you know?
True, that's 1,000,000% true. The incentive is in the opposite direction because platforming extremist content makes you a lot more money. Yeah, it's problematic as fuck for sure. I don't know if like Section 230 making them publishers is necessarily the way to go. Like if anything, Wouldn't Section 230 make it so that they have to platform literally all content? Wouldn't that be the point of making them publishers, is that they're not allowed to ban anything anymore because then they'd be editorializing?
No, I don't think so. I think, well, like from what my understanding is that publishers, like for example, like a newspaper is a publisher, right? An example of that, yeah. So newspapers get to curate their content, but they are held liable for what is on their site or for what they publish.
Yeah, exactly. But if we put like social media people to the same level, then they would be liable then for every random content posted by. It just seems like it would be really, really problematic for all social media business.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like, definitely like additional reforms have to be made so to kind of help curation. But I think, yeah, like I agree with you. I just think there has to be some kind of middle ground reached because, because it is a problem.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what do you think? So here's a question. I'm asking you really hard questions. Honestly, I would take on your position in a heartbeat if I had good answers to these questions. So these are hard questions. I'm not trying to fuck you up. Like, these are legitimately very difficult questions.
It's all cool. It's all cool.
Everything related to this. Because, like, the dream that everybody has, conservative and liberal, everybody the dream is it would be nice to say we're going to ban X content, and that gets rid of everything we don't like, but keeps everything we like. The dream is finding out what that rule is. Because the problem is anytime you ask, like, okay, well, what type of content should we ban? How do you get rid of all the bad stuff, but keep stuff that should be allowed, but maybe it's just disagreeable? Like, I don't know what that standard is. Like, so in particular to this conversation, you're talking about like, how do we ban things that's extremist content using Section 230? Who decides what the extremist content is in the government? Like, how do we do that?
Yeah, so I think there's kind of like multiple ways you can look at this. I think like the idea with Section 230, like it would be an imperfect solution, but the idea is that I don't think any government decides like what's put on social media. Rather, the social media companies will have to curate their own content based on how liable they're going to be for that content. And I think so. Basically, if I'm right about this, so and even if it wasn't that, like I think, obviously, like you talked about, like you think that like bad faith actors, like people intentionally.
My position, just to be clear, because I understand you're going to do it, my position directly is, because I think it's a little bit easier, is I think you should platform people that just blatantly spread misinformation with no backing, blatantly or grossly irresponsibly. But I don't care if people on the left do that or the right do that. I also don't care about things like hate speech or whatever. If you want to post hate speech on blog, I don't give a fuck. I don't think that should be illegal or whatever. But people that just like blatantly lie, like with no evidence, which I think is a bit easier to prove, would be, but still challenging. That would be like the only line I'd be comfortable drawing. But that's still pretty far away from extremist content.
No, exactly, and I think, I totally agree with that. And what I'm saying, and I think that kind of almost goes in tandem with extremist content, because I don't really care what side, what left or right content, extreme left or right content is banned. But I think extreme content goes in tandem with bad faith actors, because most extreme content is done by bad faith actors. I don't know if you would agree with that or not, but.
I mean, it can be, but I think that at least in his prime days, for instance, like Sargon of Akkad, I don't think has ever been or wasn't, at least in the past, like an extremist, but he said a lot of extremely dumb and stupid things. But so like somebody like that, but like somebody like Nick Fuentes, I don't know if Nick Fuentes necessarily lies that much, although maybe with the election fraud and shit, but like some type of like extremist I don't have a problem with extremist content. I just don't want people lying or spreading misinformation. I guess is the point I'm trying to say, but it seems like a lot of people, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you can go ahead.
I was gonna say, it seems like people want to just like deplatform extremist content, but I have no idea how we would even begin to make that determination of what extremist content is. It seems like it would be really, really hard.
I think so. This is gonna sound like really basic, and I don't really want it to sound like that, but I think like where you can make divides between extremist content and like more palatable content, or more like kind of where it's like informed content, is just like if you're working like from the same fact base. Yeah. So I know I know like a lot of far left figures and a lot of far right figures. There's a lot of conspiracy involved. You're not actually working from a specific fact base. Mm-hmm. You're making stuff half or like three-quarters of the time.
Sure.
And I think if and that's kind of where you make the distinction from like the tankies online and like the white nationalists online between those, and then like just like normal conservatives, normal liberals, like normal stock dems, all that kind of stuff. It's not like, so it's like the more, I guess the more it's kind of a buzzword, but like moderate people are kind of working from like a set fact base that actually exists.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, like
more extreme people are like working like pure conspiracy half the time.
Sure, yeah. But I mean, like if we back up to this take now, where it's just like we're just deplatforming like misinformation. I don't think I necessarily disagree with this, but this is a lot different than deplatforming only extremist content, right?
Yeah, but I totally agree with you. But I was saying, like you mentioned, like Sargon and Fuentes and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you would admit that Sargon and Fuentes, their positions are not. They're basing their positions off things that are just like untrue, like demonstrably untrue.
Sure, I
So,
agree
like,
that,
when-
but there is
so, like, so when-
extremist,
when-
but there
so, like,
could
yeah,
there
like-
could be extremist content out there though that isn't necessarily untrue though, right?
I do agree, but I'm kind of yet to. This is kind of more of a political statement, but I'm kind of yet to find that.
So I guess like, what if somebody just wants to create like a white ethno state? They just want to export all the blacks and they just want to keep only white people here.
Yeah, but their whole belief system is based on something that's like an interpretation that's exactly like untrue, like patently untrue.
So that would be one of the few things where it's like IQ science and all that, to say that that's patently untrue. There is a lot of misinterpretation that goes on, but that's definitely not settled science, I don't think. Like, that's still like a really complicated question. Like, I'd be uncomfortable saying like, oh, this is just blatant misinformation, to imply that there might be some, genetic differences, blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously that's not the side of the debate that I'm on, but like, I don't think that rises to the level of like clear disinformation,
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think like in terms of that, like the IQ consensus, I think it's like I think most experts would reasonably believe that I'm sure there might be a minor genetic difference, but I think it's mostly because I think a lot of the factors because of like educational differences between the population.
Sure, but we don't know. It's hard because you can't like experiment on people to figure out like IQ, right? We can't,
totally. But I think again, if you're making that statement when it's not even settled, then I think if you're reaching those conclusions based on unsettled science, I think you can classify that as like pretty bad misinformation.
Yeah, you possibly could. Yeah, it gets a lot harder. I guess like generally, we probably don't like disagree too much on like the facts here. It's just generally when I think of these topics, usually what I try to think of is like, okay, I want to ban. Let's see what I can think of. I want to ban all bullying from the internet. And then what I usually try to think of is like, okay, what is the thing that I can think of that I like a lot that could possibly be banned if I were to endorse this restriction? And so like, oh, well, what about if I call people names when I play against them in League of Legends? Should that be banned off the internet? It's like, well, fuck, I don't know if it should be. Okay, what about when I call conservatives dumb fucks? Like, should that be banned? Well, I don't think it should be. Okay, well, fuck, maybe I don't necessarily want this type of thing banned. That's usually what I try to think of. And then usually that's where you run into problems, is that whatever bar you set that's high enough to catch all the content you don't want, it's usually so low that it will start to catch all the content that you do want. And that's where things get confusing. That's usually my issue, or how it's really hard to do it. I don't think we necessarily disagree on the principles here. Our disagreements are just going to come down to like, can we really create a standard that's so good that it gets rid of all the content that we don't want, but manages to keep all the content that we do want? It seems like there has to be some give or take there, that we're either going to start getting rid of stuff that we like, or we're going to have to keep a lot of stuff that we don't like in order to make a standard work.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think that like, in terms of like, if you were to kind of create standards, I think the standards would have to be like pretty narrow if you want to avoid like banning a lot of material or a lot of content, just because obviously for example, like I wouldn't like I'm a more of a liberal person, but I wouldn't ban like some like traditional conservative, or just like let's say a guy who is like, I don't really know his phrase is like in specifics, but like a more a mainstream conservative, like a Jeb Bush kind of character.
Sure.
But I think when you go over to the Fuenteses and you go over to like a lot of DLive creators, like it's kind of hard. Like you that creates demonstrable harm, right? Like
yeah, it can be, but I mean, like,
I'm not asking you, but like
it's hard to figure out how to regulate this. Like, so for instance, like here's like a left-leaning one, right? You've probably heard this a lot. every single left-leaning creator that talks about cops and domestic abuse and talks about how cops beat like their wives and shit all the time, that joke all stems back to a single study that nobody has ever been able to find in the history of everything. Like there's this claim, I know because I debated a lot of things on this, because I used to say this until I tried to look up the source for it, but there's this claim that like 40% of cops domestically abuse their wives or whatever. But when you go back to try to find the source of that claim, somebody just like said that once in front of Congress, but that study doesn't actually exist anywhere. So like that's an example. So like every left-leaning person that's ever talked about that is like spreading misinformation. Like, not to say that I disagree that like some action be taken against them. I'm just saying like this doesn't just hit like one side of the political. It's not only conservatives who do this. There's not only certain types of people that do this. Like just stuff to be aware of.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with you. Like I think and actually like I think like yeah, I totally agree with you. Like, I think like in specific when I think of like kind of the left side, like all the kill all the landlords, to kill all the cops kind of thing.
Sure.
Which you kind of see, you know, and I think like that's like equally as bad, but you can't. But yeah, like I agree with you in terms of, I agree with you in terms of like that. I don't think that's like a great example of like kind of a joke being based on misinformation, but I don't really know, like you can't really quantify the harm that it's doing. Yeah, so I guess kind of like the golden question is like how, if you kind of have to work out a way to figure out like, which is really hard obviously, but you kind of have to figure out a way to almost like quantify the amount of damage that misinformation is causing, which is obviously like a really hard thing to do, and I think it's like almost impossible, but I think that's like what you would have to do in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah.
All right, thanks so much, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
All right, love you.
I love you too. Bye.
Bye.
What's up, Dan?
Oh, you know, not too much. What's up with you?
Oh, you know, not too much.
Doxing some people?
Dan has a massive fucking penis.
I showed it to him.
Yeah, he did.
I said, you know what? Fuck it. At least no one's gonna believe I showed it to him anyway, so I might as well. Just like,
we call it the Jewish hammer.
Mr. Minton was actually really upset. He was like about to cry. He was like, "It's not fair. All right? You're handsome. You have a great life, nice house. You're funny. You're smart. You shouldn't be allowed to have such a giant soda can cock."
Are we building up to something, or what are we doing here?
I came to terms with why you have a giant soda can cock. I came to terms with the downside.
What's the downside?
Well, it's difficult
the downside
to
of his life is that he has a daughter who loves anime.
What the fuck? Why is that connected?
Okay. Are you gonna download the new COD?
Yeah, we can. Why is it?
It comes out at midnight.
Wait, so it's just the same game before, but...
Well, they have zombies now.
But I mean, like, it's not like a new game you buy or anything? Wait,
No,
the
it
Battle
is a new
Royale
game.
has zombies?
I
Dude, it
don't
should
know.
have zombies, and they should only spawn on rooftops.
I don't
that'd
know.
be kind of funny. Like, if you want to camp a roof, you gotta fucking clear it out.
Yeah, deal with the fucking
It
zombies.
releases at midnight, so just get it. Because it's probably like 600 gigabytes as usual.
Wait, people are saying it's a different COD. Is it a totally different...
Yeah, it's a whole new game. You gotta buy it.
Oh,
60
there's no
bucks.
Battle Royale? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I don't want to... I love you, Dan, but zombies is so boring. I thought you meant it was zombies like part of like a Battle Royale.
Wow.
No,
well.
Steven, we're never getting the graveyard again. That was the perfect game.
Wait, now people are saying there is Battle Royale. Wait, who's getting IP banned? History Man? IUL Franker Z? It's you two versus Rasputin. One of you is getting IP banned.
You should have learned. Never speak up with any answer in TTG chat. It's only downsides. There's really no upside.
Talking there. True.
There's no. If Steven asks a question, God help you if you answer, even if you know the answer. It's just yeah. There's no benefit.
Just don't answer incorrectly. Who just came in here?
I can go.
No, you're fine. I was just curious who came in. Fuck off. Don't trip me on my fucking stream.
Chat, link me your best computer cases.
Nobody wants to link you a computer case.
Yes, they actually.
The best computer case is the micro cases.
No,
then you...
wrong.
See, you're not prepared for a hurricane. You don't know, okay? You live in Florida. Shit hits the fan. You got to grab your computer, and you need to be
Shit hits the fan.
efficient.
I have renter's insurance. I'll get a
You're
new
just gonna
computer.
leave your computer there? Oh,
Yes.
Dad.
Well, if you keep fucking with my character, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
You were the one who did shit to me today. What do you mean?
You were telling me to talk to a girl. My character's not interested in girls right now, okay? He's on a mission.
Oh, I'll tell him to talk to men next time.
Guy's not romantically inclined, okay? Is that okay? Can that exist in your world?
So did we determine if there's a battle royale or not?
I don't know. I just lost interest.
Well, should we really let History Man, Iol Franker, Napa?
Well, it
and
sounded like they
Rasputin
were
off the
both
hook?
right, so it means I can't ban either person. It sounds like there is going to be a battle royale, but it's not going to be on release, so technically everybody's right.
Thank you, linkers. Hold on.
Is Netherrack used for anything? Do I need to be saving all this, or is it garbage?
It's so easy to get that it's garbage.
Okay.
Okay, the fractal design mesh case. Not a fan. Why? Couldn't tell you. All I know is I need the biggest fucking case.
Why? Don't get a huge case. That's misery.
I want a big one. I hate building PCs in a small case.
Oh my god,
That's
small cases are
misery.
so much better. You just pick them up and move them. Huge cases are a fucking nightmare.
Putting the heatsink inside is actual AIDS.
Yeah, but it's like one time, and then when it's done, it's just nice and easy to move around. It's like super sick.
Oh, just don't move.
So you're gonna get like a
Aren't you
full-size
moving?
case?
I'm getting the biggest
Oh,
case.
yeah, wait,
I
aren't you
can
moving
find.
like right now?
I'm gonna probably build this. I guess I'll build this before. Fuck it. Listen.
Don't you have a
if I'm-
fractal define? A fractal define is not a huge case, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, that thermal case. Sick. However, case is also gonna be... I'm also not doing liquid cooling ever.
No, fuck that.
No, fuck that.
Not
Noctua
even
until I die, Dan.
Not even the all-in-one.
Nope.
Like,
I had
units?
those, and one of them already went bad. Waiting on the other one to go bad. That carbide Corsair case actually. Cool.
Did you look at the new place? How is it?
Looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, we
you
haven't
like
gotten
it?
in person yet. No, that's
Oh.
Saturday. I'll tell you on Saturday. Show off your graphics card. See, I don't care about that at all. The only one who should see my PC is me.
Sharpening kits allow you to repair packets without using a tool. Forge, by the way. Does is it just as efficient as the block? Honest to God, I made a tool forge. I'm just gonna bring it with me. So, fuck it. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna read the article? Oh yeah, shit, I will. Hold on. This crystal pickaxe ore finder shit is actually base as fuck. It's so nice.
That crystal, that cooler master case looks like dog shit.
Yeah? Does it?
No.
Do you ever think that maybe your dog shit? Ooh, sick burn.
You're what?
What did you call me?
White boy. You're so mad, white boy. Best heatsink for CPU. Yeah, any of the Noctua ones, those fuck.
All right. Interesting short article on several popular economic proposals and how much support they have from economists.
Boring.
No, I think we've read this before, but these are always good to know. This will be our article of the day. All right.
Chad, I'm not buying a $1,000 case. Dumb fox.
If you want a nice case, buy Corsair. They make the nicest, coolest cases, but you're going to be paying like $250 plus for a case. But their cases look better than anybody else's, or at least they did back when I used to look at them.
I just hate how everyone they show has like fucking RGB at the ass.
Yeah, but usually the Corsair RGBs are tasteful. But you don't have to. There's like, I think the Obsidian case is one I looked at a long time. Like, there's a lot of like cool. There's a lot of really nice. The Corsair cases look very sleek and professional. If you're looking for that shit too.
Oh, the Obsidian series looks sick.
Yes, very professional, super clean, very nice.
That's actually sick.
Is it the 350D or the 250D? I put a couple of computers together in those cases, and they were just like.
I'm looking
really
at
nice.
the 500D right now, but
Oof,
yeah.
That's a expensive boy, isn't it?
It's 250.
Yeah.
Did you ever build a computer that you were jealous of?
Me?
Yeah.
A long time ago, maybe, but I'm not jealous of anybody's computers now. My shit is awesome. Well, actually, it was when I put it together, but I don't know now. It's probably been a while since I've done it. But we got past for a long time, like, new processors coming out were a really, really big deal to streamers because, like, oh my god, I'm gonna do quality, it's not gonna lag, I can reduce my blah blah blah. But like after 2 or 3 years ago, processors stopped mattering even for streamers. I think I run on slow. I can do 2 different outputs on slow on my X264 264 preset, and it doesn't matter. So I stopped caring about new computer shit because streaming basically is like too easy. And now with as good as the NVENC shit is getting, the NVIDIA encoder stuff is like crazy. Dude,
It might be 2 PCs are over, yeah?
Yeah, there's
I like it for the separation.
Yeah, the security is very nice. It might be the case that like I think X264 on a CPU is still going to look better than NVENC for a little bit, but NVENC is getting real close. That laptop that I have is a monster for streaming.
Now you just need a software switch box that works.
Yeah, or just suck it up and get a fucking KVM. Because Synergy is not doing it. We should learn to You know what would be it? It
We
wouldn't
gotta
be
make
fun.
one
I was gonna
ourselves.
say we could do programming streams where we learn to program up until we're good enough to just make a better fucking networked fucking switcher shit.
Can we invite Linus, but he's not allowed to do anything but laugh?
No, because that's what all of
No,
chat is gonna be
that'd
doing.
be annoying.
Literally all of chat will be doing that constantly.
Yeah, but then they'll have a cue for when it's actually they're supposed to be laughing.
Oh, maybe. I feel like Linus would actually be a good teacher. I don't think he'd be
He
obnoxious
would
as
be a
fuck.
very good teacher, yeah.
I think I'd rather be taught by somebody like Stampet though, but I think he's gone. So. The whiplash of computer programming.
Fuck, man. Stanpo was a different breed.
Man from an earlier time.
Oh, you just want me to do it for you? You know a dank as fuck case you can get with a medium ATX PC on top and full gaming rig and motherboard tray thing. Yeah, send it to me when you mail. I'm planning on. I bought a 3080 or whatever, so I might as well just make a new fucking computer. Point.
Really?
Yeah, this PC I think is like 3 or 4 years old now. It's when I first started. I have a 1070 in it right now. I think it has a 770K in it.
And I have a 1080. I think I have a 1080 Ti. Fuck.
Oh, that's Ti though. I don't know. Cake's gonna help me build it tonight. I'm probably gonna spend, I don't know, $1,500
Before the editor turn.
on a new one. It's tax write-off anyways. Fuck it. Tax season's ending. So we'll get all my write-offs in.
Sometimes I do some unbanned forums and think maybe the Discord isn't so bad. And then I go into the general chat and someone says, "Can dogs pre-cum?" Go ask some white girl, not us. Ask your mom.
Fuck the Discord.
Wait, did he get banned for that?
No, this is just the ongoing conversation right now.
Okay.
So if
Sorry
you know the answer, if you're a vet, tech
Or a
or
white girl.
something, or a white girl,
Or that one guy's
please
mom.
go answer their question.
Who is the squeezing my hog guy again?
We don't talk about him.
Yeah, Bran or James SC. He was in Anna's chat. That dude is crazy obsessed with me. Like he's like got problems. He's been obsessed with me for like 6 or 7 years.
exactly one person in the chat watches your stream.
Okay. I will be back to you
Go
guys.
read your article.
I'm gonna read my thing. Okay. Be careful.
I'll be right back then.
All right, Newstiny segment. Okay. These are good. We've talked about things like this before, so it's good to have a good consensus on these. Economists on candidates' proposals, mostly bad. This is from 2016, probably during that election cycle or nomination cycle, I guess, because this is from February. But yeah, good to know, like, generally where economists stand. And then it's also very interesting to see where economists stand on, like, everybody agrees this is good, no politician suggests it, and everybody agrees this is bad, no politician wants to get rid of it because it's electorally popular. So, interesting. Presidential candidates making a slew of promises on the campaign trail. We took a sample of the most economically novel proposals, asked a panel of economists, are they good or bad? Our panel includes 22 economists from across the political spectrum. They identified themselves as left, right, and center, and some couldn't categorize themselves. We can listen also to economists explaining their comments as well if we want. I don't know if we care as much about this. 20-minute listen. End the carried interest tax break, which benefits hedge fund managers and private equity executives. Economists rating good. Agree, period. This is one of the most egregious loopholes in the tax code. This would be a very good thing indeed. There is no economic logic for this tax break, and it subsidizes a sector of the economy with dubious social value and some of the highest earners in our society. I don't actually know what I've heard this before. I think I knew what this was 4 years ago. But what is the carried interest loophole? Investopedia. It's well known by now that a minority of Americans controls. A minority of Americans control. Okay, it's well known by now that a minority of Americans controls the major. A minority control. A minority. Minority is one, so control should be. That's right, right? That sounds weird. Sorry. A minority of Americans controls the majority of wealth in the U.S. A minority controls. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. That is correct. The majority of wealth in the U.S. For example, a 2010 study by the Levy Economics Institute found that 0.3% of wealth was held by the bottom 40% in terms of income. Okay, I don't care about this. Okay, carried interest. Tax policies are carried interest. I've essentially given a tax break to some of the wealthy. Carried interest. Okay, carried interest is a share of a private equity or fund's profits that serve as compensation for fund managers. Because carried interest is considered a return on investment, it is taxed at a capital gains rate and not an income rate. Critics argue that this is a tax loophole since portfolio managers get paid from that money, which is not taxed as income. Advocates of carried interest argue that it incentivizes the management of companies and funds to profitability. Okay. Carried interest is considered a return on investment. Carried interest is a share of a private equity or fund's profits that serve as compensation for fund managers. General partners of private equity or hedge funds are typically compensated for their fund management service in two ways. The first way is a management fee, about 2% of the total assets being managed. This fee is charged regardless of the fund's performance and is taxed as ordinary income, the top rate being 37%. That makes sense. The other way the general partners are compensated is through what is known as carried interest, which is usually around 20% of profits accrued above a specific hurdle rate. Often the hurdle rate is about 8%, and thus any returns the fund achieves above that rate means the fund's general partners receive a 20% commission. In addition, any profit on assets the partners, both the profits on personal assets carried interest are taxed at a capital gains rate, which for high income earners is 20%. Arguments or lower depending on how much your income is. Arguments in favor of taxing carried interest at the ordinary income rates are basically that carried interest should be treated as performance-based compensation. Yeah, I don't understand why that wouldn't be ordinary income. You're getting is it called a like-kind compensation? What am I thinking of? Or in-kind compensation or whatever? Like if you're given like certain benefits, isn't it generally treated as ordinary income? Why would this be any different? That's kind of weird. Furthermore, the type of service provided similar to that provided by corporate executives, schools management, those argue against taxation of carried interest at the ordinary income rate. Believe the general partner should be treated like entrepreneurs. If so, carried interest would be viewed as similar to profits realized when an entrepreneur sells their business, which are generally taxed at the capital gains rate. Like-kind exchange? Oh, that might have been what I was thinking of, yeah. This will probably never go away because this sounds way too complicated for the ordinary taxpayer to understand. So I don't know if like the ordinary voter is ever going to give that much of a fuck. I guess you could just say an easy tax loophole for rich people, but okay. It sounds like something that should go away, but I don't. It seems pretty niche. I don't know how much additional revenue you're going to generate getting rid of this loophole. I don't know how big of a deal it is, but yeah. Why do you think consensus among economists doesn't translate to political will for policies? Is the onus on economists to communicate to laymen better? Because different people hear different things better. It's really hard to understand sometimes like what the best thing to do is. Like that can be very complicated for people to understand, and sometimes they don't want to hear the answer. So for instance, 15 an hour national minimum wage is probably a shitty policy, almost for sure. It should probably be targeted to cost of living across different areas. But like that's harder to sell than just saying everybody should get 15 an hour living wage, right? So like that's just, yeah. Hold on. Lower the corporate tax rate to 25%. It's a good idea, but with one big caveat. U.S. corporate tax rates are among the highest in the world. U.S. companies are competitively disadvantaged as a result. This is why so many U.S. companies keep foreign earnings offshore and why so many are taking part in inversion acquisitions to become taxable elsewhere. The caveat is that if we lower the corporate tax rate, it's important to raise rates elsewhere to make the change revenue neutral. True. I'm surprised that this is so debatable. I have just never heard good things about corporate taxes from economists ever. It seems like corporate tax rates are just a shitty way to tax things. It's better to just increase the individual earnings and either get rid of corporate tax rates or lower them dramatically. This should be part of a comprehensive tax reform plan and is impossible to assess in isolation. That's true. So a plurality of economists seem like they're in favor of it or close to the same as many that are debatable. But I'm guessing most of these economists that are like up in the air about it probably are saying like, well, on its own, we can't just lower the corporate tax rate. We have to increase the individual ordinary rates as well, which makes sense. Yeah. Create a national infrastructure bank seeded with public money to help finance infrastructure projects. This is debatable, generally positive though. The nation's infrastructure is in a pitiful state with negative consequences for U.S. economic growth. Something needs to be done about it. I'm not sure whether this is the best proposal, but it probably is better than nothing. We definitely need more infrastructure investment. Our public capital stock is eroded, and I would need to know more about how projects will be chosen to decide whether it's a good idea. I'm in favor of more infrastructure, but I think the government can carry this out directly. I don't think we need a special bank for that purpose. Yeah, okay, so this seems to be... Everybody seems to agree that our infrastructure is fucked in the U.S. I don't know why we don't do anything about it. Is the political will just not there for the tax increase, or... Hold on a second. Make tuition free at public colleges and universities. Economists rating bad. This proposal is too indiscriminate. Many students can afford to pay a considerable amount towards their higher education. It is wasteful to give them a free ride. True! Fuck yeah. I favor making tuition free for low and moderate income students, but I don't think it makes sense to subsidize high income families for their children to attend college. True! There are many who can and should pay for college. True! Economist rating bad. Thank you. I feel vindicated by this 4-year-old article. Fuck all of you. Make tuition free at community colleges for students who contribute earnings from working 10 hours a week. Wait, before we read the opinions, this is garbage, okay? If you want to make tuition accessible for low-income people, then do it. Don't make them fucking work. Fuck you. We want people to go to college and go to school. What we should be doing, optimize the economy, is listen, if you want to go to school and you think that you can contribute to something in the economy and you can score well to get in, then go for fucking free and do your shit. You can be a more productive member of society. Why throw some bullshit roadblock up in front of them like, oh, well, go clock in a fucking Burger King for 2 hours a day to make sure that you can get your free... What the fuck? Fuck that. If it's going to be free for low-income people or you want to means test it or whatever, then do it. Let lower middle-income people in. Don't make them work some bullshit job for 10 hours a week to do it. That's fucking stupid as fuck. Fuck that shit. This proposal does a much better job than free tuition for all at targeting the students who need the tuition assistance. This is better than the free tuition for all, but still shitty. We know that one of the biggest problems is completion, so I worry a little about conditioning this benefit on working. Guys, if you have the opportunity to go to school and not work, do it. Fuck working. Fuck working and going to school. Fuck work and school together. If you go to school, all your attention should be going to college. Not just studying and homework, but all the other things as well. But just like, don't, if you can avoid working, God, you waste so much time working when you're going to college. You'll lose so much. Borrowing at a decent rate and paying it back through withholding would be better than forcing some students to take bad part-time jobs. That's true as well. If you can increase your earning potentials by scoring better in school or taking advantage of opportunities in school, you'll earn more money over your lifetime than if you would have thrown those opportunities away working a lower income job when you're literally in training for a higher income job. That's dumb as fuck. Impose a speculator tax. Stock trades will be taxed at 0.5% and bonds at 0.1%. This kind of stuff is targeted at HFTs, at like high frequency trades and shit. And it's an okay idea, but that's really fucking scary because you don't want to like kill your stock market. So I need to look up more. Bernie Sanders calls this, or a lot of people refer to this as a financial transaction tax. I need to look up more examples of this, but the one that I was the most familiar with, the one that I was the most familiar with was apparently when Sweden did this. Even though the tax on fixed income securities was much lower than that on equities, the impact on market trading was much more dramatic. During the first week of the tax, the volume of bond trading fell by 85%, even though the tax rate on 5-year bonds was only 0.003%. The volume of futures trading fell by 98%, and the options trading market disappeared. And then they got rid of it. Sweden is the one, according to Anders Borg, who served as financial minister in the Swedish government from 2006 to 2014, between 90 to 99% of traders in bonds, equities, and derivatives moved out of Stockholm to the London Stock Exchange, or to London. Maybe there are other stock exchanges in London. The Swedish FTT is widely considered a failure by design since traders could easily avoid the tax by using foreign broker services. Maybe there are other ways to get around this. This is the one I was the most familiar with. Maybe there are more, maybe there are other examples of FTTs that work well, but that was the one that I was most familiar with and it was horrible, but yeah. Okay. I don't know whether the exact numbers are right, but I think there are good reasons to throw a little sand into the gears of stock and bond trading. Though a case can be made for transaction tax, these rates are really high. True. One of the things that, one question that people have is, broadly speaking, what capitalism does is capitalism allows money to flow to parts of the economy where there's opportunity to make money. That's like what capitalism is, broadly speaking. It allows money. If there's money to be made here, capital can go there and make money and do that. Broadly speaking, right? This is like the idea behind like flowing capital, capital markets, all that shit. One thing that we ask ourselves though is sometimes it's easy to make money in ways that don't really help society. So do we discourage those ways, especially if it's scraping money from other parts of the society? So there's so much debate about this, and honestly, getting into the intricacies of derivative markets is something that's a little bit beyond like my econ grasp. But I think there are legitimate questions about like, is there actually added value to markets when it comes to things like high frequency trading, when it comes to futures markets, when it comes to all of these equities and derivatives, like all of these different derivative markets, do they actually offer value? Because there's a lot of money being made trading these types of like exotic financial products. There's a lot of money being made in Wall Street on those things. Are they actually providing value to society? Like, are they making money in a way that is advantageous for us? I don't know. There's a lot of debates back and forth on that. The basic one that I give all the time that people always say is that like, well, all these derivative markets provide a lot of liquidity to normal traders and ordinary traders. A lot of these types of like financial derivatives can be insurance on other types, and I don't know. I guess really, I don't know what the answer is to that. But there are a lot of arguments to go back and forth that probably require like a greater understanding of the intricacies of like capital markets to really have a solid answer. I don't have that understanding, but yeah. We have raised the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Economists generally rate this as bad, with a few being undecided. Improve wage distribution without much loss, if any, in average growth. Some increase in the minimum wage would be good. 15 an hour may be too high. I'm concerned that such a high increase might lead to fewer jobs. 15 an hour would be a dramatic increase across a lot of different states. Yeah. Trump's tax proposal: if you are single and earn less than $25,000 or married and jointly earning less than $50,000, you will not owe any income tax. That removes nearly 75 million households, over 50% from the income tax rolls. Economists rating debatable, with generally falling on the bad side. This may be a pretty effective way to redistribute to the bottom half of the income distribution, assuming that it is done in a revenue-neutral way by taxing the rich more. So if you're going to do this tax cut, you need to pair this with another tax increase, right? First and most importantly, it is highly unlikely to raise enough tax revenue to fund current or even reduced government spending. Second, it is not a good idea to create a culture where more than half the country does not pay taxes. That could be true too. You kind of want people to feel bought into the system. If half the country doesn't pay taxes, you might feel a little bit weird on that. But, well, what says Destiny doesn't comment on complex questions on capitalism when he doesn't understand completely how the capital markets work. Oh, if only I thought you were talking shit. Oh, yeah. Everybody always says that I'm like a debate lawyer that pretends to know everybody. I try to be pretty honest about, like, these are the limits of my knowledge. I don't know this or whatever. But one problem I have is that rhetorically, that fucks me really, really hard in debates, because something that I notice when I'm very familiar with a topic, people will very confidently make wild assertions that are absolutely incorrect. And if I don't know the study that they're bringing up, I have to just concede. But they could be totally wrong, but they're way more confident being incorrect than I am. I've tried in a few more debates where, like, if I don't know, I'll just, like, be like, fuck it. I'm just going to lie and I've actually gotten away with that sometimes. In the Russia Today thing, for instance, some guy started making up shit like, oh, well, the machines don't keep track of the blah, blah, blah. I was like, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about. And I actually really come to like, actually, there's a paper ballot behind every single electronic machine. And I actually just totally made that up. I didn't know if that was true at the time. I went back and looked it up later, and I actually wasn't correct on that. But he actually totally conceded the point, which is funny because it means that he didn't actually know either, right? So it was like fucking bullshitter against bullshitter. And I figured that, like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to be really confident in my claims. And if somebody doesn't have a source, well, fuck it. I'll be just as confident and bullheaded as they are. Fuck you. Yeah. But anyway, I try not to lie generally. Or I don't lie when I'm talking to you guys, but if we're debating some bad faith actors, I might go hard. Fuck it. It's like poker stars. Yeah. That's a debate tactic right there. Yeah. That's cool. So I'm right that you're a misinformation machine. Right, Positive Thoughts. That's exactly what I just said. Good job. Is there something to the saying, if you say something with confidence, people will just believe it? Yeah, of course. Like, it's funny when people are, like, confident, when people will cite studies to me that I'm familiar with, and I know what they're talking about, and they're just wrong, and they're just very confidently wrong. Allsop did that. I did all the research for that debate on Allsop, I think, about, like, birth control, and I knew because I'd read through all of the, what was Steve Bannon's? Not The Blaze, not The Wired, not the Daily News. Oh, God, Breitbart. I'd read through, like, the exact articles, and I knew he was quoting studies from. I was like, no, you're doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong. You're doing this wrong. Like, yeah, but, yeah. Okay, sorry. Switch to the CREW simple flat tax. Everyone pays the same 10% tax rate. It retains some versions of the earned income tax credit and a deduction for income. Flat tax are just bad. I'm sorry, but $1,000 just means way less to a person making $1 million and a person making $15,000. Flat tax are just dumb. It's a terrible idea given the exploding inequality and the need to redistribute more. It's likely to be much less progressive than our current system. It's just bad. No, I don't think anybody seriously supports flat tax shits. Expel immigrants who are in the U.S. illegally. Listen to me. Illegal immigrants pay taxes, okay? I actually think that this debate should actually be moved way further to the left. This is something interesting. I entertained this idea once, and I immediately rejected it because it felt so wrong. But upon further reflection, I don't know. I almost think illegal immigrants should be able to vote in elections because they pay taxes and because they live in communities. I think that there is a very strong debate that you can have. No, I'm sorry, let me clarify. I don't think they should be able to, but I think there are very strong arguments that illegal immigrants should be able to vote. But I think there are good arguments against them voting as well. But I think that's a strong debate on both sides. The idea that like immigrants should just be expelled or don't pay taxes is just wrong. An illegal immigrant that steals the Social Security code and works under that stolen Social Security code, that person is paying FICA taxes that they're never going to see a return on. You're not going to file for Social Security when you're a fucking retired illegal immigrant. You're not getting that money back. Also, any state and income tax you pay, you may or may not get a tax return as well, depending on whether or not you file, depending on how scared you are. Also, illegal immigrants that own property or purchase like gas are paying the gas tax, that purchase products from a store are paying sales tax. The idea that illegal immigrants don't pay taxes is just not true. That's just not how taxes work, although nobody seems to know how taxes work, but yeah. Either impossible or just stupid or both. First, it is only impractical, too costly, and the departure would hurt us as much as them. The cost of illegal immigration to citizens is overstated, and this would be costly to enforce. Taking into account the welfare of migrants, it looks even worse. A very bad idea from the human or economic perspective. Yeah. We based our list on The Economist on the University of Chicago Booth School of Business's IGM Economic Experts Panel, which does regular surveys like this. Thanks to all the economists who responded, and then this is just the name of them all. I'm not going to read these because I'm going to butcher half of these, but yeah. Aren't capital gains taxes currently a flat tax? Wouldn't it be better to make taxes on capital gains more progressive? The capital gains rates are progressive. It's just very, very not steep. Not flat, but flattish. Capital gains rates, USA. I think that it's the same from like 50 grand to like 500 grand. Let me find the brackets. I'm sorry, I was a little bit off here. So your tax is same from 0 to 40 grand, which is 0%. And then from 40 to 441 grand, it's 15%. And then from 440 grand onwards, it's a flat 20%. Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. What is a capital gain? A capital gain is the increase that you make on any capital investment. So for instance, if I buy stock in some company and then I sell it after holding it for at least a year, the increase that I made in money is a capital gain. So if I buy something for $10,000 and I sell it for $20,000 after a year, then that's a capital gain, and that's taxed at a different rate than the ordinary income. What are the short-term rates? That's what I just described as a capital gain. Short-term capital gains are things that you sell after holding them for less than a year. Those are just taxed as ordinary income. A capital gain is when you turn on your goddamn caps locks and you fucking go hard. I'd be curious to see what economists think about taxing capital gains as ordinary income. I kind of like it. I kind of don't. I don't know. I go back and forth on that one. I'm like 51-49 against it because I wonder how much that would discourage investment. But I don't know. I don't have strong opinions on it. I could be shifted either way on that. Are they taxed in a net way? If you lose 10K in one stock and gain 10K in another, would it cancel out? Yes. And you can carry forward losses, I believe, as well. When you deduct the purchase of a long-term capital gain, when you purchase the item or sell it, when you sell it. When you sell, it's only... Okay, so the term used in finance is realize. When you realize a gain, meaning you sold it and you've now gotten the money from it, when you realize that gain, that's typically when you pay taxes on it. But, okay. What about changing it to where there is just a 10% reduction to whatever your marginal rate is? Maybe. Losses are only up to 3K per year. I believe that might be true, but there are loopholes to get around that, which is the big thing that Trump is in court for, because he found a way to carry forward a business loss to a personal loss to avoid that $3K per year. He found a way to carry over a capital loss onto his ordinary income. If you invest in a business and you declare it a total loss and walk away from it, you can take that total loss that would only apply ordinarily to your, I shouldn't use the word ordinary here, that would only apply normally to your capital gains, and you could actually walk that loss over and apply it forwardly to your ordinary income, which is what Trump did, which supposedly he wasn't allowed to do. That's what he's been fighting in court for a long time. And if he loses that case, he's out to the tune of like over $100 million. Yeah, plus maybe fees and fines. Do you think the federal minimum wage should be raised to 10.10? I think it should be pegged on cost of living in different areas, and then it should go up from there, is what I think. Oh, Dan left, because he's too cool for this room now, huh? That's demonstrably incorrect. Wait, what's demonstrably incorrect? Something I said? Or are you guys talking in chat? Destiny, question B, taxing capital and labor. My guess is going to be that it's going to be mixed opinion, with slightly more economists saying we probably shouldn't tax capital gains and ordinary income. That'd be my guess, but let's see what they say. Question B, despite relabeling concerns, taxing capital income at a permanently lower rate than labor income would result in higher average long-term prosperity relative to an alternative that generated the same amount of tax revenue by permanently taxing capital and labor income at equal rates instead. Despite taxing capital income at a permanently lower rate than labor income would result in average. So this is asking basically if it's good to have a capital gains tax, and it's pretty mixed. Yeah. So this is, they generally believe that capital gains rates are a good thing, that having them separate, but this is like a confusing, yeah. Twitter thread in favor of canceling student debt. Don't care. Canceling student debt is a dumb idea. Fuck this. This thread is... Okay, well. Let's read this. Let's see if you can bring me on board to canceling student loan debt. Remember, warning, hold on. We're signing the Claxons. What is the number 1 and number 2 rule about bullshit arguments related to government spending? Remember. What are they? Number 1, creating jobs is not an argument in favor of any government policy. And 2, boosting the economy is not an argument in favor of anything, okay? All government spending promotes economic and job growth. Fuck anything, so these are not good arguments. Any amount of government spending can do these things, okay? Fuck that. Okay, let's see if we get better arguments. Only a few years ago, a student loan cancellation seemed way outside of the Overton window. Overton window? Okay, this is a pretty ideologically loaded already coming into this, but okay, whatever. Just canceling the debt seems like way too much of a get out of jail free card. Didn't people take it unknowingly? Couldn't we just do something for people who are heavily burdened? And of course, a lot of student debt is held by people with degrees, often graduate degrees, a good chunk of whom are already pretty high earners. So this is what I believe. So maybe they're going to address this concern in here. That would be interesting. Could you please zoom in a bit? Are you serious? You're fine. Over the last 3 years, though, I've come to see student debt cancellation is worth making a priority for a couple different reasons. First, more and more research has accumulated about the disproportionate and growing effects on particular subgroups of borrowers. The many students who don't finish degrees, for-profit students, black students, they are just battered by student loans. The average black degree recipient owes more than what they borrowed 12 years after starting college. This isn't an investment that's paying off. It's an albatross around people's neck. I don't necessarily disagree with like student loan forgiveness that's like means tested. So for instance, people that are making very low income, or especially people that didn't finish college, I think that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The ratio of amount owed, still owed, to amount borrowed 12 years after beginning post-secondary education. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait. I either read this really wrong or this person is lying out their fucking ass. 1 second. The average black degree recipient owes more than what they borrowed 12 years after starting college. But this is talking about... Wait. I'm sorry. Never mind. I read this wrong. Post-secondary education, that doesn't mean graduate work. That just means college, right? I think I read this wrong. Post-secondary. Post-secondary means you're undergrad, right? Okay, never mind. This is fine then. Okay. So this is the ratio of amounts still owed to amounts borrowed 12 years after beginning post-secondary education. You would expect, or you would hope, that after 12 years, you shouldn't owe more than you borrowed. That would be the hope, I guess. Assuming that it takes you 4 to 6 years to finish your undergrad, and then you've begun working, you've got 6 years to pay the interest down at least so that you're back at what you originally borrowed. So people who got a bachelor's degree still owe quite a bit more. Well, 105%. Certificate recipients now did not complete college. It's fucking... Damn, why do black people get... What's going on here? It probably has to do with like types of work or work available to you after graduating, huh? Jeez. Holy shit, Asians pay off their loans quick. It's probably because they're generally higher earners, would be my guess. Black people choose worse paying degrees. Do they generally work? Wait, hold on. African Americans overrepresented among low paying college majors. More African Americans are going to college. African American colleges are likely to pursue majors lead to low paying jobs. Same for major issues. Oh my god. Why is Casey trying to spam calling people? What is this?
Oh,
what in the fuck are you doing? Spamming my fucking Discord. Why the fuck did you add me?
We have a question for you. Fact.
What's your
Wait,
question?
are you busy right now? I assume not.
I'm always going to make time for you, Casey Tren, okay?
Thank you. Oh my god, he's in a good mood today.
Okay, we've been talking about history today. What's your favorite fact about history? Or historical story?
My favorite fact about history or historical story.
Your favorite history story.
Let me think of one, okay?
Okay. Take your time.
What about you guys? What have you thought about?
Well, I talked about Sarah
Black
Hale,
Plague.
who was actually like the Martha Stewart of the 1800s, and she invented Thanksgiving.
I mean, that wasn't your question, Destiny. The question was fuck, marry, kill all of us. But Cutie wants to
hey,
fucking five-head today. Let's start with the easy question.
I
Fuck, marry, kill, Destiny. Between all of
They're all gonna kill me because I have a boyfriend, and that would be rude if they tried to do anything with me.
Fair.
Okay, so I think there used to be a sea, okay, called the Aral Sea. It was I think it was the 4th or 5th largest sea in the world.
Like water with ocean?
Like fresh water, whatever
Wait,
shit
what's
I think.
the difference between the ocean and the sea?
Great question.
Listen, don't worry about that, okay? The Aral Sea was really big. Did you know that the Soviet Union completely fucking drained it? and it's completely gone now. It's no more.
How?
Because of
How did they do
horrible-
that?
Because they
no,
diverted too much water from it. They fucked it all up. It wasn't fresh water, sorry, but it was just like. It
Wait,
was
no,
one
I'm
of the-
actually lost. Is this real?
It's totally real. Also,
I've
I
never
would
fucking
kill
heard of this.
minks 1,000,000 times over. That would be my only answer.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, I love you guys. Okay. African Americans make up only a small percentage of some of the highest paying of majors, including those in STEM and business. They're only 8% of engineering. What are they generally getting, like liberal arts degrees? Or please talk about Trump not conceding what this eventually can end up with. I mean, like, that's like the whole everything, like. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Where were we at? No, wait, fuck. Did I just exit the Twitter thread? Oh, no, wait. Okay. Over here. The average black degree recipient, blah, blah, blah. Second, student loan forgiveness is intergenerationally redistributive. As a society, we have given all the goodies, Medicare, Social Security, cheap real estate to the boomers, who also lucked into a thriving economy. I don't understand this as much. Medicare and Social Security should be available for everybody once they reach a given age. No? I don't understand that. Student loan forgiveness would disproportionately benefit younger people and help make up for how far behind they are starting. Okay. Third, forgiving student. I don't know if like benefiting younger people is necessarily a good thing or how far behind you're starting. One thing that we need to erase that needs to be fucking gone from America is this obsession with owning a home. One of the reasons why a lot of young people feel like they're behind is because of home ownership. But like, it's weird because a young person simultaneously wants to own a home, but they also want to go move to like fucking Miami, New York, fucking Austin, LA, San Francisco, Seattle. Like, they want to move to the most expensive place in the world, but then they also want to own a home, and then they feel like they're behind. It's like, oh, well, what are you doing, bro? Like, I don't know. I think that shit needs to be gone. Finally, for giving student loans to stepstone to a different way of thinking about higher education, not as a consumer good or an investment in future earnings, but as something that should be accessible to everyone without requiring a mortgage on one's future. Student loan forgiveness is not a perfect policy, but the impact of student loan forgiveness would transform the fund. Okay, yeah, I don't care about this so much. Okay, never mind. Don't Zoomers get the short end of the stick in terms of Social Security because of the aging population? I mean, Social Security should be there, right? I mean, just get old, bro. Rate this meme.
And if you choose the $30 subscription, you get...
Silence, Wedge. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
Okay. What if the $30 a month subscription tier got you an exclusive conversation with her every night, though? Maybe that was your key to being happy. What is this?
Feinstein was reelected in 2018 and is the oldest senator. God damn it. Please let her retire deep under the earth. I would like her to have a cool, comfortable place of repose, approximately 2 meters below ground level, where she can relax and all her stress can melt away along with the rest of her body.
That feel where if I made any joke like this about people on the left, I would get fucking perma-banned. But thanks, Twitch. All right.
Who was that?
Mike from PA, the fucking dipshit. The guy that was screaming at me for how dumb I was for thinking Biden was gonna win and beat Bernie.
I thought he used to be. I thought he was an itty bitty streamer.
I think he gets around 700 or 800 concurrents now. There's a market for extremism, man.
Well, I thought he was like a side character on Bad Bunny stream.
Oh wow, never mind. He got, yeah, he used to be. Oh, he got a lot after the election. Prior to the election, he was about 700 or 800, and then he had a lot of coverage during the election, and now he's been kind of settling down. We'll see where he settles out to, but oh yeah, and Hassan featured him a few times, of course, so it's probably helping as well. Do I think he's a grifter? Yeah, 100%. I think that a lot of what he does is ultra performative. I think you can tell when you laugh like that a lot. Like, I think it's, I don't know, but no, I do know that guy's a grifter 1,000,000% for sure. I think most of the extremist online people, I think it's really, really hard to be like, I think it's really hard to be a socialist and not be a grifter. Because like most of the people start making a fuck ton of money online. It's kind of like, that's one of the reasons why like Che Guevara was cool. Because he wasn't a grifter. That guy wanted to go around and kill capitalists. And that's what he wanted to do. But most socialists, when they get in power, they want to become the rich man, you know? Even historically, that seems to be the case. So you know what? You know what? Maybe they're not grifters. Maybe they're just doing what lefties do. They get a little bit of power, it goes to their heads, and now they're the rich ones. Look at me. I am the rich owner of capital now. Do you think Hassan is a grifter, just a mass grifter? I just think Hassan doesn't give a fuck that much about it. But I mean, like, it obviously works well for his shit. I don't know. I don't think he's like some devious, evil, horrible person. But I think, like, obviously he doesn't give a fuck that much about like socialist principles or whatever. Like, he's never done any of the reading or anything like that. Oh fuck, no, I'm just kidding. I love Hassan. Never mind. Don't clip this shit. Fuck, I can't talk about any of this because you guys clip it now all the time because politics makes all this up. Stop. Noam Chomsky's not a grifter. No, he's done the reading.
If you clip it and you come through the bands, I might just accidentally not see it.
Oh wait, I disabled clips. Wait, does that mean you can't clip my stream at all? Oh fuck. Wait, should I enable clips again? Wait, can you clip my stream at all now? Wait, did other streamers disable clips or did they just delete them at the end of the day? Can you clip with streamable? Oh, maybe I should re-enable them. Fuck, my bad. I'm getting like super paranoid about the DMCA shit. So. Oh, but you could also clip me on YouTube. It's easy to do it there too. Yeah.
Are you allowed to post YouTube on LSF?
It'll just be a streamable link, so it should be fine. Okay, we're listening to Crowder.
Worked with them for over 4 years. Full disclosure, worked with them for over 4 years. There are some great people there that I know. I will tell you this, Neil Cavuto is possibly the nicest person that I've ever met. Great. But I have kind of realized lately, looking back, you've heard me tell you, never met with Roger Ailes. Yeah. He didn't think I was funny. That's what I was told. And people who would bring me in and kind of advocated for me, they would always want to change me. If you kind of watch Fox News, you could see that I was a little bit muzzled. I always thought it was because it was edgy and because I didn't like humor. Yeah. I think it might have been because I was too conservative.
Really?
Oh. Looking back. And I don't like being led by the nose. And when we look at what we are seeing now from Fox News, I think it's time for conservatives to understand. And by the way, I am totally fine with you watching Fox News. This is not calling for a boycott of Fox News. We watch CNN. I watch MSNBC. I read HuffPo. I read Slate. But I recognize what they are. And I would put Fox News further into that category. I used to have Fox News and then CNN. I used to have, MSNBC and then, then Drudge Report at one point. Yeah. I have, obviously, Blaze. If I have CNN and then Fox News, it's redundant. Let's go through
Speaking of Thomas Finnegan, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. A few things that Fox News have done, in case you've forgotten. Let me lay out the case why they're not actually conservative, or certainly not on board. And one thing I will say, too, having worked at Fox News, we have people here who have also worked at Fox News. They might be New York. A lot of them are New York Republicans who want lower taxes. They abhor a lot of people in Middle America. Mm-hmm. They still kind of see you as a useful advertising asset. Sometimes. Not everyone, but I will say that I think a lot of conservatives have thought that the hallowed halls of Fox News are something that they are not. And let me explain to you a couple of things here as to why it might illuminate it for you. So Fox News, in election night, we talked about this, was the first major news network to call Arizona for Biden.
Yeah.
And they did that right at the time that the polls closed.
Way.
Right at 11:20 Eastern, right? So is that 11:20 minus 3?
Carry the 1.
Is that 8:20?
Somewhere around there.
So that's when they called it. But if you go back to our election coverage, they were saying that Arizona looked like it was going to Biden for a while. It looks like Arizona. That actually can affect, if you're a Republican in Arizona and you're going out to vote and you're going, well, Fox News, which is the most likely news source of your choice, particularly if you're over the age of 80 and you have a reverse mortgage, you go, well, why do I go out and vote? It's already going to Biden.
Yeah.
So they called it at 11:20 p.m. on Tuesday. The AP didn't even call it until the next day. I don't... Good on you. You got the jump on AP like a leftist chain gang, Fox News.
Yeah. And Decision Desk, who was also pretty, hesitant to call states, but was also calling some pretty early. took a few days to call Arizona.
Yeah,
Just fixing my
CNN. We
holster.
had
Please,
CNN
Fox.
on, and they didn't even call it.
They never did.
Yeah,
Right?
CNN didn't call. That's because CNN
right.
they didn't call anything because they were terrified. They just were saying that clearly they didn't. I still think they haven't called Alaska.
Well,
No,
that's
it's
true.
not. No.
Well, but they called Virginia and then took it off when
Yeah.
it looked like things were moving erratically. They're like, all right, maybe we. Fox News didn't even have the
we're supposed
decency
to believe
do
that
that.
these people are. Just so you know, this is one thing I will tell you. Having appeared on Fox News, CNN, Sky News, BBC, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. They're not experts. When you see someone going, "Hey, we're going to put Virginia up on the board for Biden," and then go and take it off, and you're assuming, "Oh, wait, there must be some algorithmic change beyond how we would react."
right.
No, let me tell you what it's really like in the halls of Fox News and CNN. Having spent years of my life there, it's, you know what? Yeah, I guess put Virginia up there for. No, wait, take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. That's it. That's the scientific method.
Plausible.
Right, yeah.
And I spoke with Megyn Kelly on her show. I do recommend that you go and listen to it. I really appreciate Megyn Kelly. She's very fair. But she was talking about how much she respected and trusted some people at Fox News, namely Aaron Mishkin. Aaron Mishkin,
I'll
he's the
leave that
guy
one to
who's
you.
in charge of calling states at Fox News. And I guess put Virginia up there for. No, wait, take it off, take it off.
I didn't watch Fox News coverage that night. Were they actually calling Virginia early, or were they just showing like where the votes were? Like, does it?
Take it off. That's it. That's the scientific method.
Plausible.
Right, yeah.
And I spoke with Megyn Kelly on her show. I do recommend that you go and listen to it. I really appreciate Megyn Kelly. She's very fair. But she was talking about how much she respected and trusted some people at Fox News, namely Aaron Mishkin. Aaron Mishkin,
I'll
he's the
leave that
guy
one to
who's
you.
in charge of calling states at Fox News. And I felt really
okay.
silly because I wasn't super familiar. I thought she was trying to say RNC Michigan and mispronouncing it. But it's Arnon Mishkin is the person who is in charge of the Fox News decision desk. He's a registered Democrat who voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, and he's given a whole lot to Democrats. So it's one thing to have opinion people at Fox News. Tucker Carlson, I know that we agree a whole lot with what Tucker Carlson says.
Yeah.
You have people like Tucker Carlson, you have Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, kind of okay, take him or leave him. I mean, if you want to know what Sean Hannity's saying, you listen to Rush.
Right, pretty much.
And then he'll.
Then you say, okay, I know. So that's important to know. But the person in charge of calling those states is someone who's given overwhelmingly to Democrats, someone who voted for Hillary Clinton. That does matter, and this is on the record. How did we call states here? Well, we had Decision Desk.
Yeah.
We had the other networks. We also had our ears to the ground with local sources. Particularly for me, I know Michigan has a pretty good local tally. You have places like MLive. You have different precincts. They're easy to follow. So we had local information that we would check ourselves. We would check with Decision HQ.
Decision Desk HQ.
Decision Desk HQ, Liberty, PAC, Freedom.
If you were watching, we were all watching the Decision Desk HQ. If you were watching everything from the Decision Desk HQ, then all of the states that were called were pretty predictable, actually. I don't know when he says local sources. It feels like when he says local sources, what he just means is people were on the ground and we asked them how they felt the election went, and they all said Trump won. And that's what we think. Like, what do you mean? Like, we literally called this election like 3 days ago. No, not 3 days ago. It's been a lot of days now. But we called this like 2 or 3 days before, like watching the Decision Desk stuff. It was like pretty obvious. I don't know what the fuck he was watching, but.
For America. Yeah. The point is, we had multiple different sources. We weren't just relying on Arnon Mishkin.
Yeah.
Arnon Mishkin.
He didn't, but they must not have been. Because I was confident enough we made Mo change his bet. He made a fuck ton of money based on what we were watching. I made a decent amount of money based on what we were watching. What is this guy talking about? If you were watching all of the sources rolling in, it was pretty predictable. The morning of the election, like at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., it was pretty predictable where everything was going. Like we put money on it and we were like correct. And it was like all like this idea that things were so weird or so unpredictable. I don't know what he's talking about. We were all watching this. You can go back and watch the VOD for the stream. Like
Michigan, Arnon,
one layer there.
Arnon, Michigan, here I am. How are you today, sir? I'm a dick. So, here's another little fast fact. Je suis Arnon Mishka, qui est toi? Je suis un pénis. Je suis un pénis.
This is America, sir.
Now Swedish.
So another one. I really like it. Would just be that, it already says it. Arnon Mishkin, you're a dickin, you're a dickin, I like a dickin, I like a dickin, I'm Arnon Mishkin.
Good one.
Another one while we're moving on with Fox News. So right away, they called Arizona, Arnon Mishkin, DNC, known supporter Well-known fact. Okay, so people were confused. Don't be confused anymore. Saturday night Fox News pulled Justice with Janine. The show, we don't know if she's permanently canceled, but the show was pulled because she was going to be discussing voter fraud. Now, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Judge Janine. Always, all of her commentary, and her hairdo is a threat to biplanes.
It is large.
Yeah.
Are there biplanes?
It's a flight impediment.
The
Gyroplanes.
FAA,
Anything that flies low.
The FAA should be aware.
Yes, the FAA should be aware.
Stop making his case for him.
Request landing. I'm sorry, we can't.
The right or the left is nervous because they can't lean like the right can.
Is within 400 yards
Unsafe
of
landing
the
area.
tarmac. But I'm Sully. We don't care.
Sully lands
So
in the
anyway,
hair.
but my
down.
criticisms are largely superficial. I think that I think Judge Janine is a perfect example of someone who almost always takes the party line on the right. But in this case, there is a valid concern of voter fraud. There is a valid concern of irregularities, and Judge Janine, who's an opinion person at Fox News, right? We should know she doesn't present herself.
Where is Dan and Moonnet? I need them to orbit me like this guy's orbiters orbit him. I need people to constantly laugh at my jokes and like hype me the fuck up because it feels like this guy is way funnier than he actually is. I feel like it would be a way different vibe if it was him alone in his studio, like me sitting in my fucking apartment.
As news. This is important. I've always defended Fox News. They have their news side. They have their opinion side. There's some value to their opinion side, which could, I think, in the future be taken somewhere else and separated from the news side, which would be left to wither on the vine and die. So they polled Judge Janine that episode. It remains to see if she's been canceled. For a network that's supposed to be fair and balanced and they have opinion people, why can't an opinion journalist actually cover facts regarding voter fraud? Here's another one. Fast fact, I guess, number 4. Chris Wallace lied about the debate. Chris Wallace doing a debate there with Donald Trump and Fox News, soiling his pants. I couldn't listen. I said that I thought Chris Wallace was more fair than, for example, Candy Crowley with Mitt Romney. By the way, I apologize, America, that I voted for walking, talking, sandy vagina Mitt Romney. There are very few people I have less respect for in this world than Mitt Romney. Okay, and that includes Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
At least Hillary Clinton has the balls to kill a guy. Mitt Romney's the eunuch in Game of Thrones who just sits back and goes, "My plan is almost complete. The others are doing fighting for me, and eventually I shall slide it." And then he just realizes that no, you just had your balls cut off for nothing. You're actually
We make fun of Mitt Romney, so just a refresher. So when Mitt Romney was captured as a prisoner of war, since he was an officer and the child of like some pretty well-known people, initially they were going to treat him like pretty nicely as propaganda, but he refused to do it. He served alongside his fellow soldiers, and his arms were broken in so many places that to the day that he died, he wasn't able to raise them over his. Oh my God! Wait, I'm thinking McCain, not Romney. Fuck, just kidding. Romney, actually, everything he said about Romney might be true. Sorry, I'm like half paying attention. He misspoke. Delete the VOD.
Take over any kick me. Oh, damn it. My holy underwear failed me again. So,
you're going to get comments.
Chris Wallace at Fox News, who hosted that debate, he lied about the debate, or at least made an untrue statement. Let's assume that he forgot. Let's assume that he forgot he hosted the debate and he forgot what happened in the debate, because what he said, and I'll show you this clip, is a blatantly untrue statement, lie or misstatement. Here's Chris Wallace.
Here's what happened. You know, we began the first segment on the Supreme Court. They each got their 2 minutes, and they both obeyed in that particular case. Then Biden started to answer a question, and the president started interrupting him.
Obeyed? Who are you, Banksy? President Trump and a guy named Biden
references. Yeah.
Gave their initial.
Wait, is he really going to try to say that Trump wasn't interrupting Biden?
Statements during that debate, okay?
Or is it just an opening statement? Are we being like hyper technical here or hyper nuanced here?
Then during Trump's rebuttal, which he was supposed to have time for, regarding the Supreme Court, Biden interrupted Donald Trump. I want to make sure this is right. 3 times.
Oh, wow.
Before Chris Wallace came in and also interrupted Trump. Here's the clip.
A president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number.
Joe.
The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now in.
Wait, like people have tallied up like all the times for the interruptions. Are we really going to go to the one part of the debate where Biden might have interrupted Trump more and ignore like the entire rest of the debate where Trump was screaming like a madman? Is that really where we're going at with this? But okay.
Gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
White.
one.
Wait, what? Gentlemen, we're now into open discussion. It was your floor, but I agree with you, Biden. Go ahead. How about you go fornicate yourself with a wire brush?
Yeah. I expected a lot more out of him from this. I really did.
So did I, and I thought when I was watching it that he was doing better until I went back and watched it and realized that I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, not having seen that first, I thought that he just had a really tough job to do that night, and he did it poorly, and he didn't do as good a job as I thought of being unbiased.
Right.
But going back and seeing that, Biden threw the first punch.
Biden threw the first 3 punches,
Well,
and then Chris Wallace was like, let me get in on that action.
Yeah, exactly.
And he punches like this. He goes, let me get in on that action.
That's not very.
Wait, was this during the opening? Did Wallace do the first debate, or was it the last one? No, the last one was done by the lady. I don't remember her name. I think Wallace was the first one, wasn't he? Yeah, it was the first. Was Biden really the first to interrupt in that, or was this just in the? Was this just in a particular set of like for this one part of the discussion? Technically, yes, he was the first. Okay, gotcha.
Very effective.
And then AOC is like, you punch like a bitch.
Oh my God, there's so much good conservative humor here.
Only I can say bitch because, I can say bitch. So, yeah, it wasn't a good performance from Donald Trump. When we watched that first debate, I said Donald Trump just needed to shut up. But, again, that switch got flipped because he was interrupted 2, 3 times and then interrupted a 4th time by Chris Wallace saying, that's what's so telling to me.
Yeah.
It's open discussion. I agree. Biden.
What?
Hold on, what?
What happened?
Right, and he wasn't called on his comment either, right? He was being fact-checked by everybody else, but Biden
Pause,
said
I
something wrong.
want that thought. Why does CNN have an anchor dressed like orphan and shoulder pads? What is going on?
Shoulder pads is
did
the
they
theme,
say
bro.
we're going for a new look with the potentially new administration? We're going to go the Guillermo del Toro route. Another fact about Fox as to why they're not your friends. Stop trying to make them be your friends. Let's stop trying to be a part of the club. Okay?
Yeah.
And
Every time I hear a fucking noise in the apartment now, I keep thinking Melina's coming home, and I keep looking back, and it's fucking triggering the fuck out of me.
This is about busting down that door and just taking a dump on their welcome mat in the house, not the one outside that you wipe your shoes on. This is.
Is Crowder normally so humorous on his stream? Holy shit! People really listen to this all the time?
This is where we take.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm bored of this. I feel like this isn't informing me very much. The name of this is Why Fox News is Just No More Leftist Mainstream. Okay, I don't care anymore. We've got Math Guy. We've got Giuliani's video for the rigged election. And then we've got why the polls were off in 2020 and why they weren't that bad. Which one do we want to do? $538. Do a poll. Don't look at chat. Okay, fuck it. Let's pull it in DGG chat. That's what you guys should be if you want your opinion no matter anyway. Good luck. Oof. It looks like we're going to have to go into a runoff election, boys. Wait, Cake, I don't have the sub voting yet, do I? Oh my god, the weighted vote has been started. Oh, we do have that. Oh, subs get a higher poll here. Good luck, guys. Tier 4 votes, very important. $538 or Math Guy. Well, looks like we're doing 538. We should do 538. Polls are going to shut up for no reason, but I want to see how we defend the 2021s. Tier 4 Electoral College. Wait, does the vote total at the end for the subvote one get posted in chat? All right, 538 it is. Good luck.
Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics
Look at those
podcast.
AirPods.
I'm Galen Druk.
I'm Nate Silver.
And this is Model Talk. Nate, it's our first post-election Model Talk. This may be our last Model Talk for a while. Maybe we'll talk about Georgia. Maybe we'll have future Model Talk episodes to further unpack the polls once we get more data. But, you know, where are you in the recovery process?
You know, yesterday started to feel more like post-election. I felt a little bored yesterday. I'll put it like that, right? Whatever other feelings you have during the election, you rarely feel boredom. And yesterday I felt a little bored. So, you know.
I don't think I've hit that yet, but I look forward to the point in time where I will feel bored.
Nothing will make you more bored than reading discussion of what network Trump will form after. Nothing could be more boring than that topic.
True.
People love talking about media gossip, but like literally just like put me to sleep.
Okay, well then let's get into something perhaps more substantial or at least more relevant to what we came here to do. As of our taping, it looks like Republicans have 50 seats in the Senate, while Democrats have 48 seats, meaning that the two Georgia runoff elections will decide control of the Senate. Of course, Joe Biden has won the election. It looks like his national popular vote margin will be somewhere between 4 and 5 points. That's a bit off from where, of course, the polling average had him before the election, which was at about 8.5 points. And then when it comes to the House, while polls were pointing in the direction of Democrats picking up some seats, it looks like they'll lose somewhere between 6 and 9 seats, but retain their majority overall in the chamber. So we got a lot to talk about here. We can talk about polling, we can talk about modeling, and a lot of different people have shared their takes on polling so far in this cycle. So I'm just going to ask you broadly, Nate, how do you think polls did in 2020?
They're okay. If you wind up with the 3 or 4 point polling error for the presidency, in national polls and in key swing states, I mean, the simple fact is that polls miss on average by about 3 points, so for 3.5.
I can understand this argument that polls miss on average, and I hope they address this, but it seems bad when they miss in the same direction over and over again. Like, if there were some polls that were up for Republicans, some polls that were up for Democrats, then sure, you know, it could be off by 3 or 4 points. But when it's missing in the same direction consistently, that seems to indicate some kind of problem, some kind of sampling problem.
After 4, then that's pretty normal. And I think it's kind of, I don't know, there's a careful balance to strike, right? If the polling industry said, okay, well, 3 or 4 points, no big deal, you know, let's just keep doing what we're doing, right? Then odds are that you would have whatever problems they had this year, plus on top of that, new problems, then the polls might get really, really far off, right? So if I were a pollster, then I'd say we have to look at what happened here, right? Why weren't we exactly on the mark? As someone, though, who analyzes polls and models the uncertainty, this was very normal. It's kind of very common. It's not really like we're not even on the edge of the distribution, right? We're not saying, oh my gosh, this will happen once out every 20 years, right? No, this is like very much in the thick part of the distribution. And I don't know. I mean, I think part of what pollsters do is they, and again, if you read the story on 538 right now, I mean, it's very sympathetic to the difficulties of doing polling, right? I think as a communication strategy, they sometimes like want to make it seem like their instruments are more exact than they really are in practice. In practice, there are many things that make polling difficult, and so you just hope to get close, and they usually do get close, including this year for the most part. I mean, some states were worse than others, right? But they're like, oh, we found this problem for 16, and now we've fixed it, right? I think they did fix the problem of education weighting, right? Now you have the correct population, part of the population that's non-college educated, but there are a whole bunch of new problems that crop up that you didn't necessarily anticipate ahead of time. Some of which may be permanent, some of which may be temporary, some of which may relate to COVID or Trump or mail voting or whatever else, right? I mean, first of all, obviously for 538 we have to cover the story, right? In the grand scheme of this election, the polling A was not that bad, and B is like the 15th most important story, right?
Right.
And so the fact that like there's this big thing about the polls in an election where the polls more or less got directionally the outcome right, not fantastic, but like at some point people just like to beat up on polls. But pollsters, I think, who are like too willing, again, I'm not a pollster, who are too quick to like fall on their sword and be like, oh, woe is me, you know, it's like that's not going to help. You know, you can't let kind of you can't let other people define the questions, right? You can't let other people like define the turf.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, that's totally fine. But I also think that, well, first of all, we're here to cover polling, and there's tons of other things regarding this election that we'll talk about in other podcasts that we have already talked about and that other formats will cover. But I think the question here is there was an underestimating of Trump support in 2016. There was probably an even bigger underestimation of Trump support in this election. And so people are curious if there is something that has to do with the way that polls are conducted, the way that Trump's support is structured, that means that polls aren't doing a very good job of capturing his support. And I think that's what pollsters are trying to, that's the question that pollsters are trying to answer right now. And I wouldn't characterize it as people falling on their swords. I would just say people are curious, because if they have a sense that there's something wrong with the methodology that they're using or the instruments that they have to gauge public opinion, they want to get it right. This can be like an earnest and open and curious conversation. Do you right now have a sense of why polls might be underestimating Trump's support, beyond just educational weighting?
I think there are a lot of different theories. First of all, I think a problem this year is that they actually underestimated support for Republicans in Congress by more than Trump, right? Which might steer you away. So the one theory that I think is least persuasive is one form of the shy Trump voter theory, where voters are revealing or failing to express their preferences because they're afraid of it's socially unacceptable to say they support Trump, right? When Susan Collins beats her polls by a lot more than Trump, right? I don't think it's socially unacceptable to say that you support Susan Collins, this very moderate establishment Republican. So that's one theory that I wouldn't say throw it out, but is less credible. I mean, look, one theory that I think is relatively persuasive is that it's just harder to get certain types of people on the phone. The phrase social trust is used, meaning that people who trust in institutions less, trust the media less, right? Because you are kind of, people who answer polls are kind of freaks. If only 8 or 10% of people answer polls, you're kind of a freak if you take 15 minutes. And please do it, I guess, if you're out there and a reader. And there's a correlation between, lower social trust and voting for Trump, right? And you're also not answering the phone as much, then that can be hard to weight WEIGHT your way out of, I think, for polls.
Is there a counterbalance there where people who are more likely to vote for Democrats and are more likely to trust the media or be enthusiastic about responding to polls end up voting more for Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, that's the flip side to frame it, right? It's maybe not a shy Trump voter, but a gregarious, excited Biden voter, right? Where, there's some theories too, people are at home during the pandemic, they have more time to answer polls, they're not out as much, so they'll take a phone call more often, right? So, in these states like South Carolina, where it looks like Lindsey Graham's going to considerably beat his polls, right? That's a state where, Democrats were way more enthusiastic, but, there just aren't enough Democrats to elect a Democrat in South Carolina in most years. That's a really lopsided turnout, right? And so it may just be that Democrats were very charged up, and they were answering polls at unusually high rates as opposed to Republicans at unusually low rates. I mean, I think it's worth keeping in mind.
Or it could be the two together, right? They could work kind of in tandem, yeah.
It's worth keeping in mind that in 2018, the polls were extremely good, which A, is kind of a problem if you have this demise of polling narrative, and B, that was a year where you kind of had, by most measures, equal enthusiasm on both sides, right? So maybe in a year like that, then you don't have a problem. I mean, the thing is, enthusiasm, people are always that's what the polls say, but this side's more enthusiastic, so they might do better. Actually, the side's more enthusiastic often underperforms its polls because those people are more likely to answer polls. In 2012, there's a whole debate about, are the Romney voters more enthusiastic than the Obama voters? And guess what? Obama beat his polls by a fair amount in 2012. So maybe you want to hedge against the more enthusiastic supporters who are more likely to answer surveys.
So that could be some issues in who is or isn't actually responding to polls. And what's important here, we talk about weighting by education, right? This is a little bit different in the sense that are the non-college educated white people that you're reaching on the phone representative of the broader, population of non-college educated white people? And if they aren't, you can wait as much as you want, but you're not going to fix the problem. So that's what we're talking about there in terms of who responding to polls in terms of it mattering who responds to polls. You did mention COVID.
First of all, I'm not sure you can't fix the problem. You just have to probably use fancier statistics, right? You have to I'm not sure it's unsolvable, right?
Oh, not that it's unsolvable, but waiting alone doesn't necessarily fix the problem, right? If the population of non-college educated white voters that you're reaching in a poll is just more likely to support Biden than the non-college educated voters who are out in the broader public, right? Because waiting just makes that sample that you reach on the phone a larger chunk of, the ultimate poll result. But you mentioned COVID, and I'm curious. Well, actually, but do you want to go further into that in terms of what kind of statistical methods you think might be able to address the problem?
It's a little hard to describe. I mean, if you can make imputations, and first of all, you could wait for different things, right? If it's social trust, then you can ask questions oh, it's a little rude to ask him this maybe, but how?
Okay, this is really boring. We don't care. Okay, math guy, he's coming up next. He's got a nice picture. Good luck.
Right, so there's this thing called Benford's law, which tells you how often you should expect each of the non-zero digits to appear as the lead digit across a range of data. And I've seen a lot of discussion online saying, first of all, Benford's law is a good tool for detecting election fraud. And secondly, if you look at Biden's vote totals across the Chicago area, they do not match Benford's law. Benford's law is in the yellow, and Biden's totals are the blue bars. there's no match. Whereas Trump's data looks like it matches. Well, I can confirm, first of all, no, that's actually exactly what you would expect. That's not out of order. I'll explain more in a moment. And secondly, Benford's law is not a good test for election fraud. And I quote, Benford's law is problematic at best as a forensic tool when applied to elections. I just wanted to get all of that out at the beginning. For people who only watch the first minute or two, actually this is great, although the details are very interesting, and Trump's data also throws out some interesting results, as does Biden's. So let's take a closer look. First question, what is Benford's law? It's basically a statement that if you get a big range of data from the real world and you look at the lead digit of each of the values and you count up how many are ones, how many are twos, and so on, you actually get way more ones than anything else. Here's a diagram I made, and you should expect roughly 30% of all data values start in a 1, 17% start with a 2, and all the way down. Actually, if you link them up with a yellow line, that's the overlay that I had on the plots earlier. And of course, I want to double check this actually works because it's a bit weird. So I double checked a famous example. I went and downloaded the year 2000 stats for the populations of all 3,141 counties in the US. I plotted their lead digits, and it's an almost perfect match. So Benford's law does work, which brings us to the second question. Why does Benford's law work? Why on earth would you expect so many ones? Well, let's think about some everyday possible types of data collection, like measuring things. If you were to run around the house and measure things between 0 and 2 meters long, of all the whole numbers between 1 and 200, a full 55.5% of them start with a 1. And if you were picking dates at random, just you look at random days of the year, if you look at the day in the month, 36.1% of all dates, the day of the month starts with a 1. And you can get really into the detail of exactly how this works and how you get the plots. Other people have done a better job than me. You can check out Steve Mould's video on number file from many years ago, where they explain it very nicely. And Rob Easterway's book, How Many Socks Make a Pair, covers this in detail as well. So I'll link to both of those in the description below. But the important thing is Benford's law only holds if your data covers a range of magnitudes, and the numbers are different sizes. If they're all the same size, it doesn't work. If I was measuring things between 0 and 1 meter, I wouldn't get this result. It's only because some measurements are 2 digits and some are 3 digits, we start to see this weird distribution. So you only get Benford's law in some situations, and one of the main requirements is that the data spans several orders of magnitude. And yes, Benford's law is used to detect fraud, just mainly in accounting. And it's hard to get examples of this because most forensic accountants don't want to reveal what they actually do. They refuse to go on the record, in my humble experience. There is one exception. A researcher, Mark Negrini, realized they could get over 150,000 old taxpayer records from the year 1978. They're all from the US, they were publicly available, and they analyzed them using Benford's law to see, hypothetically, what kind of anomalies it would spot. And they didn't use the standard Benford's law, which just looks at the first digit, because Benford's law also makes statements about the second digit and indeed the pairs of first digits. So they looked at every single pair of first digits from all the numbers and then plotted their frequency against what Benford's law predicts. And here is what they found. So the first plot, these are all the lead pairs of digits for interest people have declared as an income on their tax returns. And this was something which the government at the time was very easily able to double check, and you can see what people reported almost perfectly matches Benford's law, so we assume that they're doing it honestly. And the amount of interest people earn will vary across several orders of magnitude, so we shouldn't be surprised about that. They then also looked at the income from dividends as claimed, and this was a lot harder for the government to verify, and you can see several spikes that stick out and you think, well, what's going on there? The spikes are all multiples of 10. Big one at 50, other ones at 60, 70, 80, etc. This tends to indicate that people aren't putting down the exact value, they're estimating it, or they're rounding it. They're putting it in approximately. So those spikes just indicate people have either rounded or estimated the data because they figure the government can't check. Finally, we have people's interest expenses, not income, this is expenses. And you can see that the higher values are suppressed. And you think, well, hang on, this should follow Benford's law. What's up with that? Well, it could be fraud. It could be people not stating their interest. But actually, it's better explained by people not bothering to claim the interest as an expense if it wasn't a significant value. And so that's what causes this slight deviation from Benford's law. In general, though, you can't just look at it and say, this is fraudulent, this is not fraudulent. It's just a way of looking at a lot of data, spotting things that are unusual, and then you have to investigate, why is that unusual? What's the explanation? Could it be fraud? It's not necessarily so.
Wow.
Okay, so let's talk Biden. Why does their data not match Benford's law when Trump's seemingly does? Well, I looked into the data that was being used in this analysis, and it's from Chicago. And in the US, each state does its election itself. And right down to the city level is a little bit different everywhere, and how they divide up the population changes slightly. In Chicago, they have 2,069 precincts. Now these are clumped into wards and counties and so on. However, the data people were analyzing is from those individual just over 2,000 precincts. And if you go on to the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners website, you can actually download the total number of votes as well as the breakdown by candidate for every single precinct, all 2,069 of them. So I downloaded that data. That's how I double checked that these plots are correct. If you get the lead digits, you get exactly these. Double checked it myself. But then I looked at the sizes of the precincts, and they're picked to be roughly the same population each. So it shouldn't be that surprising when you realize they're all about the same size. The smallest one had a mere 39 votes cast in it. The biggest one had 1,655. The average, however, was about 500. It was 516, and the standard deviation is super tight. They're all clumped roughly around the middle. There are only 7 precincts which had fewer votes than 100, and there were only 20 precincts which had 1,000 or more votes, which means 98.7% of all precinct vote totals was a 3-digit number. This has got like the opposite of several orders of magnitude. Almost every precinct reported pretty much the same number of votes, and they were all smack bang in the middle of the range of 3-digit numbers. Of course, we're not going to get a Benford distribution out of this. While I had the data up, I also went through and categorized every single vote total that Biden got in 10 vote bins. I then plotted that distribution, and you can see it's basically a normal distribution and quite a tight one. That's because Biden was overwhelmingly the favorite in the Chicago area. So basically, the range of the total number of votes available in each precinct was clumped around the middle of 3-digit numbers, and Biden got a really consistent percentage of that, which is why they've got this normal distribution. And if you look at their Benford first-digit results, what you're actually looking at is just a simplified version of that distribution. So given this is the distribution of the votes, which perfectly matches what we would expect from everything else we know about the area, of course that's what we're going to get. And at the beginning of the video, I had a very short quote from Benford's Law and the Detection of Election Fraud. And if people actually read through that paper, it describes exactly this. Partway down, it says, if a competitive 2-candidate race occurs in districts whose magnitude varies between 100 and 1,000, the modal first digit for each candidate's vote will not be 1 or 2, but rather 4, 5, or 6. And this is exactly what we're looking at here. The paper describes this exact situation and says how normal it is. I'll link to the paper below if you want to check it out. And actually, one other quote from the main kind of summary of the paper from the abstract, it says here, it is not simply that Benford's law occasionally judges a fraudulent election fair or a fair election fraudulent. Its success rate either way is essentially equivalent to a toss of a coin, thereby rendering it problematic at best as a forensic tool and wholly misleading at worst. In short, you can't just use Benford's law to look for fraud in elections. But Benford's law is not the only technique available. There's another one, and it gives some very interesting results. While Benford's law says that in some ranges of data the first digits are not evenly distributed, you can also look at the last digits. If you look at the last 1 or 2 digits, depending on the data set, they should be random. They should be roughly equally likely. And when they're not, it shows you something you might want to look into. Famously, there was a restaurant, and when the government looked at the last 2 digits of their takings from every single day, which is basically the cents, they realized there was a spike at 40. Now that's not because they had something priced 40, they had enough different items with different final number of cents in the price that these digits should have been random. There was a spike at 40 because the owner was making up their daily totals. They were altering them to change how much tax they would owe, and they just happened to like the number 40. Humans, bad at being random, as I have discussed many times before. And so when humans pick numbers seemingly at random, you get these weird quirks. It can be for other reasons though. An auditing company audited their own staff's expense claims. They looked at the last 2 digits and there was a big spike at 82. And there was a spike at 82 because one employee was claiming their breakfast on the way to work every day, which they weren't allowed to do. Only claim breakfast when they're on the road for work purposes. And because they always went to the same cafe and they always had the same breakfast, a coffee and a specific muffin, their total always ended in 82 cents. That caused an unexpected spike in the results, and so people looked into it. So checking if the last 2 digits are evenly randomly distributed is another good way to spot if something unusual is happening.
This guy's music.
So let's do it. I took
obnoxious.
the data from all 2,069 precincts in Chicago.
Jesus.
I took the last 2 digits of every vote total for Biden, and I plotted the frequency here. So it's the total number for each one. It starts 00 at one end all the way across to 99 at the other. I haven't labeled everything on the bottom axis. And the height is how many of the vote totals ended in those 2 digits. So you can see there's a few spikes, there's a few low points. You get the idea. But is that random? Is that what we would expect? Well, I decided to compare it to the first 2,069 pairs of digits from pi, starting with 3-1, and then 4-1, and then so on. And I wanted something random but verifiable, because if I just say this is random data, you might think, well, is it? Maybe you searched for data which backed up the point that you're trying to make. So to be totally transparent, you can verify this. Get the first 2,069 pairs of digits in pi and double check that that is the distribution you get. And again, it's random and it looks pretty much the same as the Biden one. It goes up, it goes down. Obviously they're not all exactly the average, which I've labeled with the yellow line there, but there's roughly as many up as down. Not surprising. Now let's have a look at the Trump vote total, and you get this. What is going on there? There's a huge spike at the bottom, like there's like a tower. I'm going to call that the Trump Tower, and that's an indication that there's something suspicious going on. Way above the average, which is actually 20 and a half, give or take. And then the higher values are correspondingly suppressed to allow for the building material for Trump Tower. So hang on. I would say if we're looking for evidence of weird election tampering, that is a ridiculous deviation from what we would expect. Well, it's a ridiculous deviation from what we would expect if we were to expect the last 2 digits to be random, which is actually not what we should expect. So if we go back to the distribution of the vote totals for Biden, which I did earlier, I ran the same analysis for Trump, and you get this. It's a huge spike, a full 400 of the precincts, that's roughly a fifth of them, Trump got between 10 and 19 votes. There's 202 between 20 and 29. In fact, the median point is at 60 votes. So in over half of precincts, Trump got fewer than 60 votes. In fact, 70% of Trump's vote totals were only a 2-digit number. And so when I was saying the last 2 digits, in 70% of the cases, that's just the digits. That's just the actual total. So what you're looking at here is not a random distribution, it's the data itself, which is why we get that weird spike. So once again, these tests can be an interesting way to spot that something might be wrong, but they don't guarantee that it is. You should first of all take a closer look at the data to see what's going on. That's the moral of the story. Don't take anyone's word for it. Always verify what people are saying. They've probably got an agenda they're trying to push, which actually is kind of fine, I think. I mean, of course, every side should be championing their own cause, putting forward your best possible argument. But it's probably worth doing a quick impartial double check first, even just for your own sanity and integrity. Finally, while I have you here, I've mentioned my book, Humble Pie, a couple times. It's because in the book I talk about Benford's Law, how it can be used as a forensic accounting tool, which is why everyone got in touch with me when Benford's Law was suddenly in the news relating to election results. That's the US cover I just went and grabbed. So you'll see that in North America, you'll see that most of the rest of the world. And Waterstones, which is a major bookseller here in the UK, like a high street shop, they have selected Humble Pie as one of the top 100 paperbacks of the year 2020. I'm super proud. Thank you so much everyone who bought this. I thought to celebrate I would make a video about one of the stories in the book which I've not made a video on yet. So if you've read the book and you think there's a great story in here that I've not covered on YouTube, put it in the comments below, send me an email, I'll pick one and I'll make a celebratory video. It should be good fun. Oh, I mean, I'm saying that Waterstones picked this as one of the top 100 paperbacks of 2020. Have I made that up? Go to the website and verify. I will link to it on Waterstones.
Okay, that was kind of boring too.
We've got Giuliani's 37-minute election fraud video.
Verify it. Guys, I'm not lying. I'm feeling it. Guys. I'm starting to feel it. You guys feeling it? I'm feeling the call.
Feel like Joe Biden gave one of his better performances. He came out strong. He was very responsive to the questions and specific in a way that at times is lacking, and which can give him a kind of weakness, even though he has the rhetorical and ethical upper hand in most of these exchanges. So he did well tonight. Unfortunately, there were some of these retread moments of stepping on what are vulnerable sore spots for progressive voters who, of course, Joe Biden does need to maintain the kind of coalition that you need to assuredly beat Donald Trump. So there was this doubling down of rejecting a fracking ban, which is a mixed issue in Pennsylvania, one that I spoke to a Pennsylvania voter about recently on our podcast on today's episode, the young black man who asked Joe Biden a question at last week's town hall, who felt like the worst issue for Joe Biden was that he continues to kind of thumb his nose at the environmental concerns of a lot of young voters and the core Democrats. And I was disappointed to see that he didn't evolve on his response to the fracking debate in this debate. But otherwise, I thought he was strong.
Brother Daniels, did you have any thoughts about this debate?
Doctor, I have a lot of thoughts about it. Yeah, in fact, and I just want to first
muted.
Give a shout out to Professor
Lord.
West.
Why was I linked this?
Oh,
and
well, that's one of us. Can you hear him, Cornell?
Oh yeah, I can hear. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Well, first of all,
can you hear
just meeting you, Dr. Rose, for the first time, but have been working with from a distance back and forth with Professor West for many years. I remind him that 40 years ago, we in November with the National Black Independent Political Party, where you were a witness of that work. So, and this is the 55th anniversary for the Nguzo Saba, and also the 25th anniversary of the Million Man March. So I just have to throw those things out. No, I was very encouraged, frankly, by the debate tonight. And I take it from the long view of as the...
What? This is the 22nd. Wait, why was I linked this? Somebody said Brianna getting shown the door, but I just realized it's like 3 weeks old. I don't know why I was linked this. Okay, I don't care. At all.
Hello, this is really...
Let's see. We've got Giuliani, dejected Trump. I don't know if I care about political shit right now. Fuck, guys. I'm feeling it. Turn off your kitchen lights? Oh, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Let's do this. Oh, it crits.
What crits? God, all these new portraits. That was Kane that killed him?
So this thing does nothing, apparently.
The guy was 4-0, right? You'd expect him. He walked right into him. Of course he's going to get killed. Like, I hate everything about this game, and even I could see that. Of course you're dying, right?
I thought it would, like, actually protect me.
Oh, or is this supposed to be some kind of defensive item? Lifeline. When taking damage, it will reduce you below 30% health. Gain a 250 HP shield for 3 seconds. 250 HP shield is nothing, and it's with no resist at all.
This game's trash. I'm sorry.
Imagine ever buying a defensive item ever. I'm the first one to point out when 80 carries are fucked. But, I mean, like, he hits his full combo. He walks into him without warding. Like, manages to get fucked in the bush vision. Doesn't get an attack off. Like, he hits the E, but then he R's. Of course he's gonna die every fucking time here. Like, what would you expect, right? And the other guy is 4-0 as an assassin. Like, yeah, I don't know. That's just... Yeah. There's a new item that deals true damage every third hit that scales with AD. I don't think I have anybody to do it with. I don't even have any e-girls to do it with. Are we really just gonna solo? Wait, where's Darius? No, fuck. I don't know if I can handle Darius's mental.
I can shave a slit in my eyebrow and makeup.
And do it. Oh, fuck. It's preseason. There's ranked is out, right? You do your placements. Mafia Jinx? No. When I said e-girl, I was really just referring to 1,000 Petals. Well, I shouldn't refer to her as an e-girl.
She's still been streaming.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know if I shouldn't be doing this. No, but MMR carries next season. Just a continuation of season 10 until season 11 starts. Wait, what do you mean? There's no... The new items are out though, right? Finish the video. What video? Giuliani's... It's a 37-minute video on dumb bullshit. The ranked season hasn't started? Oh, so it's just all the new items and shit? Oh, wait, hold on. What do we have for... How many iron ingots did I just pick up? Wait, where the fuck are the iron ingots I just picked up? Oh my god, am I losing my mind? Wait, who was just watching my stream? Where did the iron ingots go that I just had?
We'd show you a clip, but...
Stop just sawing me. Deepak tweet. My entire Facebook channel, the revenue on which we depend, has been 100% demonetized because I talked about what Bannon said. Bannon said it and he has been banned. How big is David Pakman's Facebook channel? Damn, that sucks. Didn't you start pressing them? You're gonna race Mr. Mitt and Minecraft speedruns? I think I'd rather just finish, like, this mod pack. What in the fuck happened to all the iron I was just holding? Oh my god, I'm so confused. I made ingots. I know I did. I remember dumping them into the casts. Tim Pool live with Alex Jones.
Ride the vice president.
Right. Well, if it's 50-50, then the tie goes to the vice president.
Yeah, but I'm saying I also think Mitch McConnell, it'll be easier for Mitch McConnell, given their personalities, to work with Joe Biden than to work with Donald Trump.
And then you press
the establishment loves the establishment.
Of course.
Trump is not a Republican, and they don't like him. They never did.
And I don't think Mitch McConnell will be too averse
So
to these
look at the
wars.
left rejecting the Maverick. I mean, you said we went about Trump. They're literally saying they're the resistance as we started the show, and they're rejecting the Maverick. They're just pathetic.
We're all going to be laughing when we have to wear those hats all the time.
What happens to Trump if he is
pink ones are
removed?
going to make it mandatory.
Hold on. What does Trump
COVID
do
hat.
if Trump steps down in 69 days? Where does he go? What does he do?
You know it's going to be great, and he is going to be the best person on earth to keep the Republican Party accountable through his Twitter. And
Through his
I
Twitter.
do
Oh,
not
God.
think.
Oh, my
listen, I
iron is still
disagree.
in
You
here.
know
That's
better
where
than
it
me.
is.
So
If I could bet
bullshit.
money that if I was right and you're wrong, I'd bet money on you. But I do not agree that they're going to ban him from Twitter.
You might be right. I'll tell you why. Twitter was losing users before Trump became president and hopped on Twitter. All of a sudden, Twitter became relevant. All these media companies love and need Trump. So I'll tell you this. I see all these people saying Trump's going to prison once he leaves.
Yeah, just like Hillary.
No, they're
No,
not going
it's
to.
not.
Yeah, exactly. They are going to make
And
sure
Nixon.
they make Trump very, very loud and very, very comfortable.
And powerless, in a sense.
No,
and
not-
political powerless.
Politically, but they're talking about he would be a kingmaker. He would endorse candidates. They want him to have influence to such a degree where they can complain about him.
Yes.
And Trumpism.
Exactly.
But not that he will
This is
actually.
so
interfere with their
They wanna
conspiratorial.
control
Oh my god.
Trumpism.
Yes.
Yes. Or
Can Trump-
caricature.
Can you imagine how dizzy your plants are?
Yeah, this plant's just been
Can you
spinning the whole
imagine
time.
this poor thing.
It's not spinning
always
that much.
spinning toward freedom.
That's right.
So, if Twitter were to ban Trump, they would become
They'd be
irrelevant
dead,
overnight.
yeah.
And that's the worrying thing too, is if Trump does not have any kind of position of authority or influence after all this, Twitter's in trouble, the media's in trouble. I read an article from Variety today where it said, it was funny, it was like cable news networks may see a post-Trump bump seeking a new audience. And I'm like, is that a joke? Their ratings are going to plummet.
It's not a
so
joke.
fast.
They're delusional.
Yes, yes.
They believe it. That's what's that's amazing. They really thought that they're in a movie and Trump is the head vampire, and they kill the head vampire, he loses the election, and everyone shuts up and goes home and goes away. And the fact that you have Don Lemon, the fact that you had many of these other media personalities saying, all right, stop calling us the enemy, because even these boomer cons, who I'd totally written off, are like, you guys are all liars, you're full of crap, we're not going to listen to you anymore. They did not expect this to happen.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Why does Brian Stelter look so creepy?
Because he's if Frosty the Snowman came to life.
He's a eunuch.
No, see, I'm not a fan of this kind of stuff.
You don't like Frosty the
No,
Snowman?
I'm not making fun of his. He literally does glamour shots where he's like. I mean, have you seen these photos?
I've seen photos of him. I remember Tucker Carlson sent him some donuts.
Tucker Carlson has called me and said, please do more Brian Stelter parodies. So we're doing this with Tucker Carlson right now.
No, I'm not saying you can't. My thing is just like, you don't win friends. You know, you don't win arguments by insulting.
I
appearances.
agree that when the Young Turks hag attacked you for being ugly, that was dumb.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
But
And-
she's
but-
not
but-
a hag.
but-
But you
but
don't
listen,
look
listen.
like a psychotic demon.
When,
What kind of
so-
demon does he look like?
An intelligent one.
You can be psychotic and intelligent.
Dapper.
I'm talking
Dapper
about.
demon.
I'm talking about Stelter.
Oh.
Stelter looks like a
No,
turd
he
burglar.
doesn't. What does that mean?
What is this?
It's a demon that goes into latrines.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
You know, actually.
No, I'll tell you what. You know, I'll
The
tell you what Brian
turd
Stelter. I'll
burglar.
tell you what he looks
Man,
like.
We're
he looks
closing
like
2020 hard, aren't
Yeah,
we?
we sure
yes,
are.
we are. Brian Stelter looks like a guy who goes on TV and lies to people. That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
I agree, but he does it with such confidence. He sits there.
It's amazing. You know, I think I often ask myself, because I've met him on several occasions. He interviewed me before, back during Occupy Wall Street. I have to wonder if he's just not that smart, if that's the real issue. And I think what I learned when I worked for the Disney company, Fusion, that's what they do. They, you know, they don't hire someone like Stelter and say, well, now we need you to lie to people. They specifically hired him because he's not smart.
I agree.
So he.
No, I agree. There's the glamour shots he does. Each one looks like the penguin. I mean, he does these faces where he looks like.
Sure. My point
Well,
is,
I look like a fat ass in photos. I'm just saying. I look at these photos.
It's the camera's fault, Alex.
it's just not. It's not winning an argument. So I think
I'm not trying to win the argument.
I am.
I'm asking, why is Brian Stelter the creepiest looking person on earth.
No, he's not. He's not that creepy
He's
looking.
not that creepy.
He's
All
just
right, type in Brian Stelter.
We know what he looks like.
I'm not pulling up pictures of
We're
Brian
not doing
Stelter.
it. No.
Listen,
Oh, you're scared to look at it?
Yeah,
Brian
bit.
Stelter has on his show said not to watch other networks.
Yeah, what's
That
wrong
that's
with that
probably
guy?
that should be the most.
He also said Cuomo said you're not allowed to look at WikiLeaks.
But so when they tell you that, that should be the red flag as to why you absolutely should.
No, I agree. We shouldn't sink to the level of talking about how he looks.
Well, I mean, you can do what you want. You know, you're Alex Jones.
No, I'm going to be honest.
He's got that look where he just clenches his jaw to smile. There's a lot of people that do that.
Rosie O'Donnell does that too.
It's not real happiness, but it's like
it's a grimace.
The truth is, he's super hot, and I want to marry Brian Stelter.
He's married already. He's got a kid too.
Doesn't matter.
And
Brian,
we wish him and his family well.
Brian,
Absolutely.
I want you.
Oh my god.
I disagree with him. I think he's bad at
You
what he does.
and Oliver Darcy in a polyamory.
Oh
I wanna
my
marry
god.
both of
Now
you.
the Oliver Darcy guy is an interesting one because
He runs around. He calls it policing free speech.
Well, no, because he actually interviewed me defending free speech for Business Insider. And so the way I describe it is back when they started banning alt-right accounts on Twitter, I said it was a slippery slope to ban speech because eventually they come for you, right?
You defended me. I appreciate it.
And he interviews me in this article for Business Insider. Then he gets hired by CNN, and all of a sudden he just starts screaming, "Ban them all!" Oh yeah. Didn't he get you? He's like one of the main guys. You confronted him at the in the
Yeah, he'd
Senate
been
building
calling
or
for me
whatever.
to be banned, gotten me banned, bragged about it. So I said, "You look like an evil possum." And and then Twitter said that was bullying. Well, he's a public figure at the Capitol.
It's.
I said he looked like an
Look,
evil possum.
I'll tell you what, man. You gave him a reason. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with that. It's not a reason. It's an excuse. That's not.
Sure.
the same.
That's a better way to put it. I agree. They had an excuse.
But why can't a full-grown man call him an evil possum?
No, I think you see what they've called other people and the things they've posted and the things they've done, and right, it's clearly a double standard. I'm just saying they wanted to ban you, and they were just waiting, and their finger was over the button, and they were like, "Possum!"
Here, let me. I just found this on my Instagram. I posted this November 5th, 2019. So the red pill and the blue pill. And the blue pill is Brian Stelter on CNN in front of a chart about Trump's avalanche of absurd Twitter typos. And on the right, you have Amy Rohrbach and ABC News and Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
So Brian Stelter serves a purpose, a complete misdirection.
Oh yeah, remember the ABC
what it
lady
is?
said they covered it up.
Of course.
It reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer keeps seeing the billboards for Clown College. Do you guys remember this one?
Of course.
And then he's sitting in the safety, he's a safety inspector, and then all of a sudden the alarm goes off, and all of his coworkers roll into the room, bursting into flames. And then when it shows Homer looking at him, he sees them as clowns dancing. And that's kind of what it reminds me of. There's like this big fire, this Epstein story, Amy Rohrbach, Veritas, and then the people who are watching cable news and they get CNN just see the clown going.
Well, exactly. Well, I just want to say this. I just appreciate you having me on here because most folks are scared to have me on. They also take stuff out of context, little snippets. I'm just a regular guy promoting freedom and trying to have some fun. And I've learned though, I can't even joke around much because it's taken out of context.
Yeah,
and that's what's so scary about cancel culture is it's not just killed comedy; it's killed real recourse.
But it's also provided an opportunity for comedy. Sorry to interrupt you, Alice.
No, go ahead.
No, but I agree with you. But I mean, it's also one of the reasons the left has won culturally for decades is that's where all the cool, fun people are. And now the cool, fun, edgy people are going to be on the right in some.
I agree. So since when?
It's an opportunity.
Well, you Michael, you mentioned something when I asked you to come on the show. You said this is why we'll win.
Yes. So this is what I said. I said this is why the good guys are going to win, and I don't mean the right. I don't mean Republicans. I don't mean Trump people. If you had Megyn Kelly and Wolf Blitzer and Peter Jennings on a channel together, you know what that's going to look like, and that's no disrespect to any of them and their careers. None of us three, knew what this was going to look like.
No, we did not.
I had some general
they
ideas.
all,
you didn't.
I was
Like
reading
general.
about when Tom Brokaw and Peter Jennings would have like a 1 hour special. They planned for months.
Yeah.
They would script every word.
And this takes us back to when I was a kid, and I'm sure probably you, Alex, I know you have a wrestling background, maybe Tim, WWF, when you had Honky Tonk Man versus Ultimate Warrior, it's like, what is this going to look like in real life?
Happen?
But this is an opportunity for those of us outside of corporate media to make these kind of events happen.
Well,
and it's
and let's talk about
fun.
that because I remember
unless they ban me.
I remember Joe Rogan, like 22 years ago. I was watching him in Houston, and he's saying the internet is going to destroy TV because the TV will become the internet. No one can compete with open free will and all these personalities. He was totally right. So here's what I'm saying: you can ban Alex Jones, you can ban Tim Pool.
Don't say that.
I'm saying you can ban anybody.
Don't put it out.
But you can't. You can elevate Tim Pool to galactic ruler.
That's right.
I like
Supreme Chancellor.
Yeah.
Supreme Chancellor.
Beanies for all.
I want them to remember how much they need us on all the interlinks. You did it before we went live. Do it again.
The Chancellor Sutler.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Oh man.
Do it. I just did it. You should.
Come on, man.
The point
is,
is,
it's got to be natural.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, you know, when I do impersonations, it has to be like a natural flow. That
wear the tinfoil hat. You can do it.
But this was a reference to the Chancellor Sutler line where he's telling all the people that he wants them to go on the interlink and put out all these stories to remind everybody why they need the government. And it really does feel like that when you see all these stories come out where it's like
deadly virus.
150,000 record-breaking, you know.
Let me say something else. Journalist, Ezra Klein and many others, they were part of a secret mailing list. It was a message board. They all discussed, one things they would discuss is they would coordinate how to get the stories on the same page. What do you think? What do I think? Get their stories together. Even looking at it in a non-nefarious way, they were certainly chummy with each other and trying to kind of, you know,
yeah, let's admit there's collusion.
Yeah, but whatever. We could wrap it was an old boys network back in the day would be to call that. It got exposed. None of these people had consequences.
Well, for what though?
For basically they're trying to present an objective story, but meanwhile they're trying to talk to each other to figure out how to frame it.
This was what was interesting about the journal list, the scandal, was that there's more than one, and it was just like some guy made a list and he was like, if you're a journalist from New York, you know, let's hang out or whatever, and they added a bunch of people to the list, which it turned into coordinating stories, but it wasn't like it wasn't in such a way that Ezra Klein was like, now we'll coordinate all of the news outlets to tell the exact same narrative.
But there was the church hearings in Operation Mockingbird.
But what I'm saying is the journalists was literally like, oh, hey, let's make a list of all of our friends. And then let's all live in this bubble together where we share the same ideas and believe the same things.
Right, but the
it's
point
is, it's a problem.
What I'm saying
but it's not nefarious.
It is nefarious because if you have a group of people who all have the same ideology and they use that ideology as their agenda to how to present the news to everyone, and that news is thereby presented as objective, and since you're hearing it independently from 4 different places, and you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to trust this network.
It's like inviting a chick over to your house. You know what's going to happen.
No, what I'm saying is it wasn't created with the intent of being a manipulation network.
I agree,
but it was.
But Operation Mockingbird was.
But my point is that none of these people had consequences for doing this, or even
they shut it down,
or thought about.
Well, here's the deal: none of us talked before this. We're just
I've been on your
saying
show a couple of times.
No, that's technical. I'm saying we didn't talk before this interview.
Oh, correct. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying you've been on the show probably 10 times.
Yeah.
I've never talked to this guy except on the phone a few times.
Like 3 days ago.
The point is I'm saying we didn't coordinate our discussion.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
We didn't coordinate our discussion, and
but
that's really what people are looking for is a real discussion.
Spontaneity, yeah.
But the issue is the journalist is I think when I first heard that story when it broke, like the journo list, I was like, is that really a big deal? Because there's like 500 of them, and I'm on some of them. I think I still am on Facebook, a couple of them, where you can see like 500 journalists sharing stories and sharing narrative from all these different
Also,
networks.
that's a lot of people want to be pack animals. They don't want to be trailblazers.
Of course.
But that's not this show.
And also, a lot of these people aren't that bright, so it's very easy for them to be like, what do you guys think? I think that too.
But that's
what Mockingbird is they parrot. So Mockingbird's the actual CIA. Then you create a list like that to get others that are already followers into the list.
Is that why they call it Mockingbird? Because the bird itself is a good mimic?
Repeats.
Oh, okay, wow.
Does it really?
Yeah, that's what it's,
Yeah, that's the Frank Church Senate Committee hearings of the 70s.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. And then I remember when Luke confronted Anderson Cooper because he worked for the CIA, and I was like, Luke, what are you doing?
But Luke Rudowski, he's done a lot of good work.
But here's the other thing. If you sit down
David
with someone,
Rockefeller, everybody.
If you sit down with someone, a regular average person, and you talk to them about Operation Mockingbird, which they can look up on their own, they will still think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I know this. There's Operation Lockstep by the Rockefellers.
What is
where
that?
They talk about a global government, global police state being brought in using a virus. Then you look at Event 201 last year with Bill Gates, and you look at Klaus Schwab admitting they're using it to bring in the Great Reset to cut our carbon and make us poor and go under their control.
So here's the most important question of all. Wouldn't it be better to just be in the Matrix?
Would it be?
Ignorance is bliss. Remember a Cypher in the Matrix? You just want to be put back in, man. Eating that
I want to
steak
be
is so
famous and I want a steak.
Exactly.
Here's the problem.
No, you don't.
You don't get the steak.
You want to be in the Nebuchadnezzar and that eating that schlop.
Yes, and I am. And so
I'm
are
kidding,
you.
by the way. I know. I agree. Yeah, that's why I'm in the middle of nowhere.
But the Matrix that we're in is in another Matrix, which is in
What?
another Matrix.
I'm hearing this voice from
Ian's on the other side of the
room. Neo?
Okay, I don't care. Read the Senate meme. How the Vice President limits the power of Senate majorities. What about this? Why am I reading this? The show is vibing together so poorly. I don't think Tim Pool can be like laid back enough, like Alex Jones. To TLDR, the Vice President breaks ties? Well, yeah, of course. What do you mean? Okay, listen. We're gonna download 2 things today, okay? We're just gonna make sure that League is downloaded. And then also, what do I need to download for Call of Duty? I'm just happy not to be banned. I don't need to see all this shit. Okay, this is downloaded. You have to update Modern Warfare and download Cold War. Black Ops Cold War. Oh, is this it? Oh, I need to restart. Hold on. Click or die. What? Miasma, I feel like you linked me a lot of memes that aren't that funny, my dude, but we'll do it.
Who painted the Mona Lisa? Mona Lisa. Yeah. Da Vinci?
Selective install and modify install. Okay. How do I preload now? This one? Cold War. This is what I need?
Just another phony witch on ground.
These are never funny. Oh, I need a pre-purchase. Oh, I saw this. The Department of Homeland Security said the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history. Good one. Pre-purchase. Verify your birthday. January 1st, 1900, baby. I'm a U.S. voter. There it is. Wow, 1920 is the farthest back you can go? It's got to be some like 95-year-old dude that wants to play this game. Or wait, if 1920 would make you 100, I guess. Fuck, we're so... It's got to be some 102-year-old guy that wants to play somewhere. I have a $100 Blizzard balance right now. Why do I have a Blizzard balance? It's kind of weird. Okay.
Just because I had a dream of being pounded in the ass and I was aroused when I woke up doesn't make me gay. It was fucking hot, okay? A big ass 6'5" werewolf looking guy with huge muscles bear hugged me and I was just face against the glass.
Okay. Okay, this is it. That was an okay meme. Sorry, hold on, you can't see it. Okay. Pre-install this game. I just need Black Ops Cold War. That's the only one I need. $86 GB required. Nice. For what, Warzone? Yeah, I just want to play like the Battle Royale. I don't care about anything else. You don't actually need to Cold War to play Warzone, it's free? Wait, what? Is there like a place where I can just never mind, I'll just use tomorrow. I need to stop listening to chat for anything. You guys say so much random shit. I'm triggered. Okay. Here's your meme, and I'm leaving for tonight.
Just because I had a dream of being pounded in the ass and I was aroused when I woke up doesn't make me gay. It was fucking hot, okay? A big ass 6'5" werewolf looking guy with huge muscles bear hugged me and I was just face against the glass.
So what do I need to install for the Battle Royale? What actually do I need for that? The last COD game. Are they just going to do an update? It's not going to be a new Battle Royale? Or the new app will not be coming till December, but download core means you can play zombies. Okay, maybe we'll just play zombies then, I guess. Fuck it. Every new COD is just an update. True. As fuck. Very true. And very based. Oh, Arison is streaming. I hosted Eris last night, though. Who should we host, guys? Oh, Riley. We'll host Riley. Fuck it. All right.
Stay in the majority and get something done for the people that we care about the most.
Fuck is this bitrate? She is streaming at like, I'm gonna guess 1.5?
So basically, it's they
No, I'm gonna
defund
guess
the
1.
police and getting rid of fracking, and everyone fucking lost their minds. I'm sorry, maybe that's a much more abrasive way of saying it, but it is kind
of what it sounds like.
Wow, 2.5 megabits per second. How does it look so bad?
Sense from the fucking political discourse, because every time somebody says common sense.
How? What? Weird. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ribriano, cappuccino, pappuccino, cappuccino, my dude. Catch you guys tomorrow. Whoops. I think I have a lot of shit scheduled tomorrow. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Fuck, I've had donations pause.
You gnome fuck!
We're going to talk about the Georgia stuff for what we want to do for the election stuff. We're going to chat with Phil, the counter-terrorist guy that I've talked to a few times.
Fuck!
And then we're talking to
Type
Nina.
Everything Destiny.
Ah, that's going to be a big meme one. I don't know about that one, boys.
Alex Jones is on Timpool. Let's watch some.
Nice. A little late, but okay.
You gnome fuck!
Do you wipe standing up or sitting down?
Not Ari, Nina. Good one. Good meme.
He should get this one.
Can we get JHC in here for philosophy testing? I love JHC. I don't know what he or she
Glad
or they
you're
are
doing
doing.
Newstiny.
You gnome fuck!
Hey buddy, I think you would find this article super interesting regarding the effects of the Trump tax cuts. Remember how you said you'd watch Rudy Giuliani 37-minute evidence presentation of voter fraud? Seems like you're trying to avoid it because it would actually blow you the fuck out.
That's exactly why I'm avoiding this. For sure, dude. You got me.
I was just hoping you might give me some insight into the evolution of the market economy in the southern colonies. My contention is that
You gnome fuck!
Thanks for helping me learn how to inform myself better, Stephen.
No problem.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Been depressed lately, but watching your streams and old YouTube videos helps me feel better. Keep up the good work. Shout out Saro, Chimera, Swaggy, Guardsman, Goblin and others. Crowder trying to be funny is so painful. What are those guys laughing at? Love your stream, Destiny. Keep up the great work.
Nice.
Opinion on adult beginners learning to play an instrument? Generally speaking, do you think they can never truly catch up with someone who started young? I know Terry's a lot of variables. Sorry for non-political Q chat.
Maybe not catch up, but you can get really far.
MMR bonus meme chibi Desti in 3 2 1 JK post whoa.
Good one.
Stay safe, chat.
7 more, guys. We can do it. Rememar.
Haha, a very funny Crowder. Do you think you could ever get Crowder in a room for a debate?
Never.
You would scorch earth.
You gnome fuck!
Trying to disenfranchise the whites? Feels okay, man.
True.
Got banned for asking why Crowder always open carries on his show. Rip.
Why, really?
You gnome fuck!
Pepe hands in the chat for those who went 0 to 4 trying to get a PS5 order from Walmart. All my homies hate Walmart.
Is it hard to get a PS5 right now? Can you not buy them? Like, if I go on Amazon, can I just order a PS5, or is it, like, not doable?
You gnome fuck!
Oh, they're not even on Amazon. Huh. Almost impossible.
You're a fucking statistician!
Here's another Twitch sub, also fuck Twitch.
We're selling at 2 times retail. Damn.
You gnome fuck!
Wow, Barry Q, thanks for gifting 10 subs.
You gnome fuck!
I want to leave. Why are you keeping me here?
Just tuned in. Have you discussed the joint statement by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and Trump asking for the assistant director's resignation?
Yeah, they came out and said the election was the most secure ever. Yeah, I saw that.
Miano Hype has returned. Miano Hype in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Miano Hype.
You gnome fuck!
2. This is the moment the L_ rises. Love your content, buddy. Keep it up.
You gnome fuck!
Hey Destiny, can we get JHC in here for philosophy time soon?
I already answered this one.
You gnome fuck!
Kogasa has to PayPal me a refund if Trump does a hostile takeover. Also unignore me, dick.
You gnome fuck!
Okay, are we good? Play league
You
with Mitch.
gnome fuck!
He's on a secret league account? Why?
Wait, does it have a Warzone or no? I think Warzone is the only VR for COD. Warzone is basically shared between.
Why does Riven get so many?
What do you mean by that?
Does she have a lot of skins?
So
I feel like she does. Maybe not.
It's the
I don't
same
understand.
map or something.
That
but
skin is
played
sick
with,
as
like,
fuck.
Black Ops guns. Like I don't understand what you mean.
You gnome fuck!
Warzone 4 will be released in December. Okay, gotcha.
You gnome
Yeah, I mean, if it had a VR, I'd play it, but
Uh-oh.
I don't think I'm gonna play without a VR.
Is he gonna get this kill? Nope.
You gnome fuck!
Mitch only gets 800. Well, I mean, like he's streaming on an alternate account. I don't know why. Or somebody said this is the one he streams on now.
You
Why?
gnome fuck!
Yo, I agree, fuck Walmart. I had the PS5 in my cart and ready to purchase. The website crashed on the cart page. By the time it came back up, the PS5 in my cart was sold out. Was the website only down for me, or was there some fraud going on?
Oh my god, the knockup mid-air.
Oh, I need one more auto, dude.
Two.
Alright, my ability haste. So now I have
Do you think he tried to No. Do you think he tried to cancel that Triss jump, or do you think he was just spamming his knockup shoot loss? I don't know. Okay, I love you guys. I'll leave you. Okay, rip on. Be careful. The raid has begun. Hosting in 8 seconds.